The Senate will come to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Senators Bridges, Buckner, Coleman, Cook, Coram, Danielson, Donovan, Fields, Gardner, Janal,
Excused.
Gonzalez, Hansen, Hinrichsen, Heisey, Holbert, Jaquez Lewis, Kirkmeyer, Kolker, Lee, Liston, Lundeen, Moreno, Pedersen, Priola, Rankin, Rodriguez,
Excused.
Scott, Simpson, Smallwood, Sonnenberg, Story,
Here. Here.
Winter, Woodward, Zenzinger, Janal,
Here.
Rodriguez,
Excused.
Mr. President,
Here. The morning roll call is 34 present, 0 absent, 1 excused. We do have a quorum. Would the good senator from Montrose please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Thank you, Mr. President. I had no idea who you were talking about. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance.
Approval of the journal, Senator Smallwood.
Good morning, Mr. President. I move that the reading of the journal for Monday, May 9th be dispensed with and the journal be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that motion is adopted. Members, the one and only, thank God there's only one of them. President Bill Cadman is here with us this morning. Senate Services.
May 10, 2022, correctly printed Senate Joint Resolution 14, correctly re-engrossed Senate Bill 239, correctly revised House Bills 1001, 1026, 1050, 1061, 1107, 1132, 1223, 1230, 1248, 1274, 1321, 1328, 1361, 1388, 1391, 1400, 1412, 1413, 1414, and 1415. House Concurrent Resolution 1006, correctly re-revised House Bill 1004, 1005, 1006, 1011, 1012, 1051, 1115, 1119, 1122, 1130. 1149, 1151, 1205, 1221, 1233, 1240, 1242, 1246, 1254, 1259, 1281, 1283, 1302, 1303, 1308, 1314, 1350, 1323, 1345, 1346, 1358, 1362, 1367, 1370, 1377, 1380, 1385, 1392, 1393, 1394, 1397, 1405, 1406, 1407, 1409, 1410, and 1416 correctly enrolled. Senate Bills 98, 134, 155, 160, 177, 185, 190, 203, 223, and 228.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to lay over the special orders calendar to follow the consideration of House amendments to Senate bills calendar.
Motion is to lay over the special orders second reading of bills calendar to follow the consideration of House amendments. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that motion is adopted. Third reading of bills. Consent calendar. Will the clerk please read all of the bills on the third reading of bills consent calendar?
House Bill 1415, Representatives Byrd and McKean, Senators Enzinger and Lundin, concerning elimination of the requirement that certain businesses licensed to sell alcohol beverages for consumption on the licensed premises register a manager of the licensed premises with the state licensing authority. House Bill 1107, Representatives Young and Bradfield, Senators Cook and Bridges, concerning measures related to creating higher education opportunities for persons with intellectual and developmental disabilities, and in connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1132, Representatives Holt, Torf, Senator Liston, concerning the provision of wildfire mitigation services, and in connection therewith regulating controlled burns on private property. House Bill 1223, Representatives Kipp and Rich, Senators Gorham and Janal, concerning property taxation of mobile homes and in connection therewith creating an exemption for low-value mobile homes and modifying the notice requirements for mobile homes to be sold due to delinquent taxes and making an appropriation. House Bill 1321, Representatives McKean and Roberts, Senators Pedersen and Woodward, concerning a study of devices that are based on FDA-cleared technology capable of self-assessing impairment of motorists to detect the presence of drugs other than alcohol during roadside sobriety investigations, and in connection with making an appropriation. House Bill 1413, Representatives Esgar and McKean, Senators Fenberg and Holbert, concerning authority for the Executive Committee of the Legislative Council to allow remote testimony before legislative committees, and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation. House Concurrent Resolution 1006, Representatives Will and Ortiz, Senators Rodriguez and Smallwood, submitting to the registered electors of the state of Colorado an amendment to the Colorado Constitution concerning the conduct of charitable gaming activities and in connection therewith allowing managers and operators to be paid and repealing the required period of a charitable organization's continuous existence before obtaining a charitable gaming license.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the passage of all the bills on the third reading consent calendar, which includes House Bills 1415, 1107, 1132, 1223, 1321, 1413, and House Concurrent Resolution 1006.
Is there any discussion on any of the bills? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of all the bills on third reading of bills consent calendar. Are there any no votes? Senator Lundin.
Good morning, Mr. President. I request to be recorded as a no vote on the following bills. They're all House bills, strangely enough. 1107, 1132, 1321.
Senator Lundin will be recorded as a no vote on House Bills 1107, 1132, and 1321. Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1132.
Senator Donovan will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1132. Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to be recorded as a no vote on House Bills 1321 and 1132.
Senator Smallwood will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1321 and House Bill 1132. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. Wish to be recorded as a no vote on House Concurrent Resolution 1006.
Senator Bridges will be recorded as a no vote on House Concurrent Resolution 1006. Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded as a no vote on House Bills 1107, 1132, 1223, and 1321.
The Minority Leader will be recorded as a no vote on House Bills 1107, 1132, 1223, and 1321. Back for more. Senator Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I missed one. Please record me, if you would, Your Highness, as a no vote on 1223.
Senator Lundin will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1223.
Thank you.
With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1415 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Woodward. Minority Leader Holbert. Kirkmeyer. Smallwood. Lundin. With a vote of 33 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1107 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Henriksen, Majority Leader Moreno, Buckner, Gardner, Rankin, Smallwood, Winter, Pedersen, Hansen, Woodward, Kolker, Zenzinger, Lee, with a vote of 31 ayes, 3 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1132 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Cook, Gardner, Majority Leader Moreno, Kirkmeyer, Rankin, Pedersen, Story,
No, when we go to thirds.
With a vote of 32 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1223 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Bridges, Winter, Gonzalez, Zenzinger, Kolker, Henriksen, Pedersen, Buckner, Story, Danielson, with a vote of 32 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1321 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Kolker, Hanson, Cook, Story, with a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1413 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Winter, Cook, Bridges, Gardner, Lundin, Liston, Scott, Kirkmeyer, Gonzalez, Lee, Pedersen, Sonnenberg, Story, Danielson, Heisey, Coleman, Kolker, Buckner. Huh? With a vote of 33 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Concurrent Resolution 1006 is passed. Co-sponsors: Will the clerk please add Senator Rodriguez to the roll? Third reading of bills. Final passage. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1412?
House Bill 1412, Representatives Garnett and Van Winkle, Senator Cook, concerning the continuation of the Division of Gaming in the Department of Revenue and in connection therewith implementing the recommendations contained in the 2021 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1412 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1412. Are there any no votes? Senators Smallwood, Minority Leader Holbert, Bridges, with a vote of 32 ayes, 3 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1412 is passed. Co-sponsors: Majority Leader Moreno. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1001?
House Bill 1001, Representatives Cutter and Sullivan, Senators Pedersen and Kolker, concerning a transfer from the General Fund to the Department of State Cash Fund to allow the Department of State to reduce business-related fees for state fiscal year 2022-2023.
Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1001 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1001. Are there any no votes? Senators Smallwood, Rankin, Sonnenberg, Simpson, Kirkmeyer, Woodward, Coram, Liston, Heisey, Scott, Gardner, Cook, Minority Leader Holbert, Lundin. With a vote of 21 ayes, 14 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1001 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Zenzinger, Winter, Jaquez Lewis. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1026?
House Bill 1026, Representatives Byrd and Woog, Senators Hansen and Liston, concerning the replacement of the income tax deduction for amounts spent by an employer to provide alternative transportation options to employees with an income tax credit for amounts spent by an employer for that purpose and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the passage of House Bill 1026 on third reading.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1026. Are there any no votes? Senators Sonnenberg, Heisey, Simpson, Rankin, Corum, Kirkmeyer, Gardner, Lundin, Minority Leader Holbert, Cook, Scott, Woodward, Smallwood. With a vote of 22 ayes, 13 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1026 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Henriksen, Lee, Janal, Pedersen, will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1050?
House Bill 1050, Representative Ricks, Senator Buckner, concerning facilitating the integration of international medical graduates into the Colorado healthcare workforce.
Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1050, third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1050. Are there any no votes? Senators Sonnenberg, Simpson, Lundin, Gardner, Liston, Kirkmeyer, Smallwood, Priola, Woodward, Scott, Cook, Minority Leader Holbert, Heisey. With a vote of 22 ayes, 13 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1050 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Jaquez Lewis, Winter, Lee, Gonzalez, Kolker, Henriksen, Pedersen. Please add the President. And Senator Janal. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1061?
House Bill 1061, Representatives Amabile and Benavides, Senator Gonzalez, concerning modifications to not guilty by reason of insanity and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 22-1061 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1061. Are there any no votes? Senators Sonnenberg, Heisey, Simpson, Lundin, Gardner, Liston, Kirkmeyer, Corum, Rankin, Smallwood, Priola, Woodward, Scott, Cook, Minority Leader Holbert. With a vote of 20 ayes, 15 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1061 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Lee, Buckner. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1230?
House Bill 1230, Representatives Duran and Exum, Senators Fields and Priola, concerning the Employment Support and Job Retention Services Program and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1230 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1230. Are there any no votes? Senators Sonnenberg, Simpson, Lundin, Gardner, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Corum, Woodward, Smallwood, Scott, Cook, Heisey, Minority Leader Holbert, Rankin. With a vote of 21 ayes, 14 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1230 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Lee, Story, Winter, Pedersen, Jaquez Lewis, Bridges. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1248?
House Bill 1248, Representative McLaughlin and Ortiz, Senators Simpson and Zenzinger, concerning continuation of the school leadership pilot program and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning. I move House Bill 1248 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House.
Sweet. Oh, good night.
Well, that's nice. The motion is the passage of House Bill 1248. Are there any no votes? Senators Sonnenberg,
The rural children.
Lundin, Kirkmeyer,
It didn't-
Smallwood, Woodward, Heisey, Scott, Gardner, Liston,
All right.
Cook,
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Minority Leader Holbert.
That was him, right? Not me.
With a vote of 24 ayes, 11 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1248 is passed. Co-sponsors, Majority Leader Moreno, Senators Bridges, Priola, Lee, Story, Janal, Buckner, Winter. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1274?
House Bill 1274, Representatives Michelson, Janay, and Larson, Senator Gonzalez, concerning the continuation of the Colorado Interagency Working Group on School Safety and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1274 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is an important bill for the Interagency Working Group on School Safety. But I have a concern and a reservation about this bill in that I think even as amended now, it continues the Interagency Working Group forever. It was sunsetting this year, and I don't want it to sunset. But through the process, I suggested and was, I don't want to say scoffed at, but rejected in the suggestion that we take a look at this in another 5 years or 10 years. Not because it needs to go away in 5 or 10 years, but because the sunset process has value for recommendations about how working groups and agencies can better do their jobs. It's just extremely unfortunate, and it's not beyond the pale to perhaps come back next year or the year after and put a sunset on this so that the working group will have to focus periodically on what are we doing, why are we doing it, how are we doing it, and are we doing it as best as we possibly can. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1274. Are there any no votes? Senators Sonnenberg, Lundin, Liston, Woodward, Smallwood, Scott, Kirkmeyer, Minority Leader Holbert, Gardner. With a vote of 26 ayes, 9 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1274 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Zenzinger, Winter, Pedersen, Fields, Buckner, Janal, Bridges, Please have the president. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1328?
House Bill 1328, Representatives Tatone and McLaughlin, Senator Donovan, concerning modifications to the Colorado Loans for Increasing Main Street Business Economic Recovery Act.
Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1328 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1328. Are there any no votes? Senators Sonnenberg, Lundin, Minority Leader Holbert, Gardner, Cook, Liston, Kirkmeyer, Woodward, Rankin, Smallwood, Scott. Story.
Wait, these are no votes.
No votes.
Do you want to be a no vote?
Jaquez Lewis. Please mark Senator Story and Senator Jaquez Lewis as yes votes on 1328.
This is my last bill, so that's how you guys are sending me out. Just so you should
With a vote of 24 ayes, 11 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1328 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Story,
What?
Jaquez Lewis, Lee, Winter, Buckner, Pedersen, Zenzinger, Gonzalez, Fields, Henriksen, Bridges, Janal. Please have the president. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1361?
House Bill 1361, Representatives Bazinacre and Senators Jaquez Lewis and Story, concerning measures to enhance oversight of oil and gas operations within the state.
Senator Jaquez Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move House Bill 1361 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1361. Are there any no votes? Senators Sonnenberg, Heisey, Simpson, Rankin, Coram, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Gardner, Lundin, Minority Leader Holbert, Cook, Scott, Woodward, Priola, Cadman, Smallwood, with a vote of 20 ayes, 15 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1361 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Zenzinger, Lee, Winter, Danielson, Janal, will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1400?
House Bill 1400, Representatives McCluskey and Tipper, Senator Moreno, concerning matters related to a procedural requirement for state enterprises.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1400 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1400. Are there any no votes? Senators Sonnenberg, Minority Leader Holbert, Gardner, Lundin, Cook, Liston, Scott, Kirkmeyer, Woodward, Smallwood, Heisey. With a vote of 24 ayes, 11 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1400 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Simpson, Zenzinger, will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1388?
House Bill 1388, Representatives Valdez A., Senators Priola and Winter, concerning the regulation of vehicles related to their ownership and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move House Bill 1388 on third reading and final passage, and urge a vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1388. Are there any no votes? Senators Sonnenberg, Heisey, Kirkmeyer, Minority Leader Holbert, with a vote of 31 ayes, 4 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1388 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Henriksen,
Okay.
Colker. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1391?
House Bill 1391, Representatives McCluskey and Senators Hansen and Rankin concerning the state severance tax on oil and gas and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move House Bill 1391, third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1391. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1391 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Donovan, Jaquez Lewis, will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1414?
House Bill 1414, Representatives Gonzalez Gutierrez and Michelson Janay, Senators Pedersen and Fields concerning providing healthy meals to all public school students and in connection therewith creating the Healthy School Meals for All program and providing funding for the program by capping itemized and standardized state income tax deductions for taxpayers who have federal adjusted gross income of $300,000 or more.
Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is my last bill on third reading. I move House Bill 1414 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the Senator Fields.
Members, House Bill 1414 is a special bill for me because it's all about feeding our kids. And I can't think of a more noble thing that we can do as a state is to make sure that we're feeding our kids a healthy meal for breakfast or lunch. And let me explain why. First of all, I need to thank the cafeteria lady. That's the lady that's in the lunchroom, and she is serving a breakfast meal or a lunch to a child. And I can tell you that cafeteria lady knows what hunger looks like in a school-age child. Who deserves to be hungry? It should not be our kids, especially when they spend as much time in school. They deserve a healthy meal for breakfast and lunch. Members, this bill is a great investment once passed by the people for families and for our kids. Just like a child needs books, they also need to be fed. I had an opportunity to visit a school, and they were about ready to take a 3-day holiday. I will never forget this. And the child says to the teacher, if I have a 3-day holiday and we're out of school, where is my meal going to come from? That child was wondering where their meal was going to come from because the only meal that they get is at school. I talked to the teacher, and she said that this young boy, his mom works 3 jobs, and when he comes to school late, his stomach hurts. He goes to the nurse. The nurse gives him an apple or something to eat. Hunger is real in our schools. And some folks might say, well, I like half of the bill or not the bill. This is about kids eating. It's not half or one. It's about making sure that we're providing nutritional meals to our kids. Not everyone is privileged enough to have enough money to pay for their kids to have breakfast or lunch. Some kids go to school hungry, and that cafeteria lady has to look at that kid and maybe give them an alternative lunch. Colorado is known to be a healthy state, and it starts with investing in our kids to make sure that they have a healthy, free meal in school. And I'm not ashamed to say it, a free meal. Because if you're hungry, you can't learn. I've seen it with adults. When adults are hungry, they get agitated. They lose their focus. They lose their concentration. We're trying to prepare our kids for the next step in their own future. We can't deny them a free meal. That's why when we went into COVID, and my prime sponsor understands this, when we went into COVID, the federal government stepped in and they provided lunches and breakfast for school kids because they understood how the economy was devastating families. Instead of working a full-time job, your hours were cut. Grocery stores weren't fully stocked. The cost of food was going up. So the government came in and provided free breakfast and lunch for our kids in the state of Colorado and across the nation. That is going to expire. And when it was free, we had an increase of people taking advantage of free lunches and breakfasts because it was available, because now it was for everyone. And those kids that need it took the opportunity to consume that free lunch or breakfast. Members, I urge an aye vote on this House Bill 1414 because the lunch lady told me that she doesn't want to look another child in the eye and have a stamp on their hand that says, you don't have any more money on the books. We don't need another kid shamed because they can't afford to eat. So I urge you to join me and my co-prime sponsor in voting yes on House Bill 1414.
Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this effort. I think it is an important one to remove stigma, remove bureaucracy of people jumping it through hoops. As a former educator, when you put the child at the center of figuring out how to best take care of them and how to best make sure they are learning, one of those pieces is to make sure they're not being distracted by a grumbling stomach. As adults, I think we understand that, and we also have the more of an ability to address those issues. I am totally someone who gets hangry, but when you're a kiddo and you are learning whatever key critical lesson of the day, and then also combating the very real and unsolvable issue of hunger, it is important that this is just part of our education system. Not something separate and aside, but just part of our education system. And I think this is an important step towards that. What I want to add, and I hope that all of you who may have the phone number of your congressperson or your senator, or perhaps any of you that have higher ambitions after here and may find yourself in DC, is we have a critical hurdle that we need to solve along with this program. And that is that if we expect to use federal money as part of this program, federal law currently prohibits basically dispersed lunches or breakfasts. And this falls heavier in rural communities or in schools that perhaps are trying to solve getting food into a household on a 5th day if they're only a 4-day-a-week school. So schools can't use federal funds unless that meal is served basically in the school setting. So you can quickly see what challenges that could cause. So if you had a creative community perhaps that wanted to send food around like on a school bus route to make sure that kids were getting nutritious meals just outside of the wonderful work that all of our cafeteria ladies and men do, that's not allowed if you want to use a penny of federal money. If you wanted to send them on Thursday afternoon, maybe make sure they have a brown bag of apples and granola bars to take home on Friday. That's not currently allowed under federal law. So we really need to push our federal partners to try to change that piece of it. They did change it during COVID, so they can just maintain those adjustments that they made in COVID. And then this program, if it gains the support of the voters, will be able to help across all parts of the state and not perhaps fall short in rural areas that have to rely on more dispersed food models, or perhaps in schools that we're seeing more and more go to 4-day school weeks and addressing that Friday 5th day. So colleagues, you'll have some time today. Grab your cell phone, text your buddy in DC, and ask them to take a look at this so that this can be a real comprehensive program and leverage federal dollars to make it implement. Thank you.
Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wasn't going to speak, but since it's my last bill, I figure I can take a couple minutes. I want to thank all of the advocates who never gave up on trying to find solutions to address the gaps that our kids are facing. We were not able to get the one-time dollars. There will be a gap year because we do not have that funding. But what this is going to do is ask the voters to help support our kids who are struggling, who don't have access to the meals that they need at home, who are showing up to school hungry, unable to concentrate, and ensuring that they get the support that they need. This bill is really important in reducing the administrative burden in identifying those who qualify for free and reduced lunch by creating systems just for those individuals and creating stigma around those who have to go to a separate line, we heard stories in committee about getting numbers written on their arms, who are incredibly embarrassed when they show up to school because their families can't afford to feed them. I know what that was like as a kid who relied on the free and reduced lunch program and waiting till nobody was around so that they wouldn't see me go through the line and get checked out in a different way, or choosing not to eat at all because of how embarrassed I felt. And that's a problem for those who qualify for the free and reduced lunch program, is that a lot of them aren't utilizing it because of the stigma and because the kids see them checking out and they know that their families can't afford it. So this actually helps those who already qualify, who aren't utilizing that, and those who are whose families are struggling but don't qualify because we have not updated that threshold. And so this is really about supporting every kid who is hungry, who's in need, ensuring that they have the lunches that they need to get by in their school day. And this helps with student outcomes because we know that nutrition and going hungry and being fed is as important as the books that they read. And so just really want to thank all the advocates for never giving up, for looking at solutions. And members, I ask for your aye vote.
The motion is the passage of House Bill 1414. Are there any no votes? Senators Cook, Liston, Kirkmeyer, Gardner, Lundin, Minority Leader Holbert, Woodward, Priola, Rankin, Scott. With a vote of 25 ayes, 10 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1414 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Donovan, Henriksen, Jaquez Lewis, Zenzinger, Buckner, Bridges, Lee, Story, Janal, Winter, Kolker, Danielson. Gonzalez. Please add the president. Do you want to make? Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that. Oh. Okay, sure. 1414.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side, I move for the immediate reconsideration of House Bill 1414.
The motion is for the reconsideration of House Bill 1414. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1414?
House Bill 1414, Representatives Gonzalez Gutierrez and Michelson Janae, Senators Pedersen and Fields, concerning providing healthy meals to all public school students and in connection therewith, creating the Healthy School Meals for All program and providing funding for the program by capping itemized and standardized state income tax deduction for taxpayers who have federal just or gross income of $300,000 or more.
Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Looks like this is my last bill on third reading. I move House Bill 1414 on third reading and final passage.
The motion is the passage of House Bill 1414. Are there any no votes? Senators Sonnenberg, Lundin, Gardner, Liston, Kirkmeyer, Rankin, Priola, Woodward, Scott, Smallwood, Cook, Minority Leader Holbert. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1414 is passed. Co-sponsors. Hanson. Majority Leader Moreno. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is my understanding that the Conference Committee on Senate Bill 196, which is on page 4 of your calendar, colleagues, has been rescheduled for 10 a.m. So I move that the Senate stand in a brief recess to allow that Conference Committee to meet.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will stand in a brief recess.
The Senate will come back to order. Announcement, Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Members of Senate Appropriations, we will meet in 15 minutes up in the Senate Committee Room 352. We'll be hearing the following bills. Senate Bill 67, 87, 119, 189, House Bills 1064, 1244, 1322, 1348, 1376, and 1381. See everyone upstairs in just a few minutes.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the Senate recess until upon adjournment of the Appropriations Committee meeting.
Seeing no objection, the Senate will stand in recess until upon adjournment of the Appropriations Committee.
Raised. Call the Senate. Call of the Senate.
Has been moved and properly sustained. Will the sergeants please close the doors, allow no senators to leave, and return those who are absent from the chambers? And will the clerk please call the roll?
Senators Bridges, Buckner, Coleman, Cook, Coram, Danielson, Donovan, Fields, Gardner, Janal, Gonzalez, Hanson, Henriksen, Heisey, Holbert, Jaquez Lewis, Kirkmeyer, Coker, Lee, Liston, Lundin, Moreno, Pedersen, Priola, Rankin, Rodriguez. Scott, Simpson, Smallwood, Sonnenberg, Story, Winter, Woodward, Zenzinger, Buckner, Coleman, Cook, Fields, Janal, Gonzalez, Hanson, Holbert, Lee, Liston, Lundin, Rodriguez, Smallwood, Sonnenberg, Story,
Here.
Janal, Lee,
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the call be raised.
Motion is to raise the call. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it and the call is raised. Will the clerk please mark Senator Janal as excused? Consideration of House amendments. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 6?
Senate Bill 6, Senators Colker and Rodriguez, Representatives McLaughlin and Snyder, concerning an increase in the amount of sales tax revenue that a retailer may retain to cover the retailer's expense in collecting or remitting the tax, and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Unfortunately, we concur. Granted, not that I'd want to send anything back to that chamber right now, because we're so efficient over here. We vote to concur on 006. 006? Yeah.
Is there any discussion?
No, because I don't know what they are.
The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 6. Senator Colker.
I move Senate Bill 6. Whatever.
Are there any no... whatever. This sort of matters. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Colker.
Thank you. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 6.
Motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 6. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 6 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 12?
Senate Bill 12, Senator Donovan, Representative Hooton, concerning versions of the Colorado Constitution.
Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a fantastic little bill that the House made even better. So I move that we concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 12.
Is there any discussion? Motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 12. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the readoption of Senate Bill 12.
Motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 12. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 12 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Senator Donovan.
Mr. President, I move that the morning roll call be added as co-sponsors.
There, I do see an objection. Several of them. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 140? Please add Senator Holbert and Kirkmeyer and Woodward and Sonnenberg and Lundin.
There aren't versions of
Senator
the
Cook.
Colorado Constitution.
Liston. Scott. Smallwood. Cook. Gardner. Will the sergeants please remove the President Pro Tem? Frank. Gonzalez. Fields. Coram. Hendrickson. Coleman. Simpson. Buckner. Majority Leader Moreno.
She's trying to get unanimous co-sponsor.
Please add the president.
Just do what you're told.
It's usually how it works.
Senator Story.
Liberty.
Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 140?
Senate Bill 140, Senators Coleman and Gardner, Representative McLaughlin and Amabile, concerning the expansion of experiential learning opportunities through relationships with employers and in connection therewith, establishing a work-based learning incentive program, a digital navigation program, a career-aligned English as a second language program, a global talent task force to study in-demand occupations, and making an appropriation.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 140.
Is there any discussion? Senator Gardner.
Thank you. For my colleagues over here on this side, what's really important about this amendment is it removes one FTE from the bill.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. For my colleagues over here, what's really important is that it removes one FTE from the bill.
You probably lost votes on that.
I did.
The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 140. Are there any no votes? Yeah, this is no longer a job bill.
Government.
For one person. With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move to the repassage of Senate Bill 140.
The motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 140. Are there any no votes? Senators Sonnenberg, Smallwood, Minority Leader Holbert.
Listen, Larry, you're a no. You're a no, Larry.
Kirkmeyer, Lundin.
You were a no before. Rob, you're a no.
With a vote of 29 ayes, 5 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 140 is repassed. Co-sponsors.
You move to concur. I'll move to repass.
Senator Story. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 159?
Senate Bill 159, Senators Bridges and Zenzinger, Representatives Ortiz and Will, concerning the creation of a revolving loan fund within the Division of Housing and the Department of Local Affairs to make investments in transformational affordable housing and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move to concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 159.
Is there any discussion?
I guess.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. They made some technical changes to some of the terms.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. A lot of ins, a lot of outs, a lot of what have yous. Ask for an aye vote on concurrence, please.
The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 159. Are there any no votes? Senators Smallwood.
Thanks, Jim.
With a vote of 33 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 159.
The motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 159. Are there any no votes? Senators Sonnenberg, Lundin, Gardner, Liston, Kirkmeyer, Smallwood, Cook. With a vote of 27 ayes, 7 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 159 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Senators Henriksen, Story, Buckner, Special orders, second reading of bills. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the committee resolve itself into the committee of the whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it and the motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself into the committee of the whole for the consideration of the special orders, second reading of bills, and Senator Zenzinger will take the chair.
The committee will come to order and the coat rule is relaxed. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1355 until later today.
The motion is to lay over House Bill 1355 until later today. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill will be laid over until later today. Majority Leader Moreno. Never mind. Will the clerk please read House Bill 1401, the title to House Bill 1401?
House Bill 1401, Representative Mullica, Senator Moreno, concerning the preparedness of health facilities to meet patient needs and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1401 and the Finance Committee report.
To the Finance report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I encourage a no vote on the Finance Committee report. We did a slight modification. I would say it was more technical and wordsmithing, but the language isn't really needed at this time, and I think could be accomplished through executive administration. So I would request a no vote on the Finance Committee report.
The motion is to reject the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is rejected. Is there any discussion on the bill? Senator Smallwood.
We are to the bill, right?
To the bill.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. So 1401, I'm not sure how many of you had a chance to go through this. Sadly, I didn't get a chance to hear this. I don't believe this bill came to the Health and Human Services Committee, which I suppose might be logical, given the fact that I don't know that it has that much to do with really the health of our citizens, all right? Because this is a bill that actually, as I read it, is talking about health facilities and the need for us to establish a new committee to, I don't know if the best word is consult with, advise, guide hospitals and clinics by way of like a nurse committee. It's peculiar. I'm not sure I'm aware of any similar process or protocol anywhere across the state like this, almost as if the bill was written by nurses or something. But if I take you to the fiscal note, I'm going to start with my concerns. If you grab your fiscal note, and there's two, you've got one that was dated April 27th, and then an updated one on May 4th. I'd encourage you to grab the fiscal note because this is where the bulk of my concern lies. We are taking almost $1 million taxpayer dollars, $1 million taxpayer dollars, and adding 7 full-time employees within the state government so that hospitals in our state can be consulted by nurses in our state. 7 full-time people, $1 million in order to create this. So we've just been through what I believe everybody would agree is a really challenging time for hospitals. PPE shortages, controversy around visitation, global pandemic, first responders and healthcare professionals working extraordinary hours under extraordinary circumstances. And through all of that, I don't know about you, but I do not recall one instance of a email, a phone call, a constituent concern, anyone from hospitals or healthcare providers saying, you know, Senator, what we need to do right now is get a little bit more input from our community of nurses as to how we should even run this place. We as hospital administrators and doctors are having such a hard time figuring out what we should even be doing here that if we could just somehow create like a hospital staffing committee of some kind. So we can get some input as to how we can possibly do this better. Because we as hospital administrators, we're really, really struggling here. And we as hospital administrators just don't feel like we have the knowledge or the wherewithal to do this without the help of the state of Colorado. If just you, lawmakers, legislators, could do something to kind of help facilitate this process, it'd be really helpful. Because we just don't think we can handle it on our own. How many of you got emails like that? Just quick show of hands. I'm not seeing any.
And of course, they're directing their attention to me through the chair because that question was directed through me as the chair.
Madam Chair, perhaps you could question the body as to how many of the good senators here received constituent input as to how in the world, as hospitals, they could just get some better collaboration from, I don't know, nurses, for example.
Bring the role playing back. More role playing.
No more role.
Would you like to move into your next 10 minutes, Senator Smallwood?
I would. Are we on third reading already?
No.
Because it seems like you got a promotion if that's the case, Madam Chair.
Just kidding.
Or a demotion, depending on your point of view. So that's what we're looking. So if you read the fiscal note, what this bill does, it creates new regulations for hospitals. Okay? So, A, we've got $1 million price tag. B, we've got 7 brand spanking new employees within the state of Colorado. And we're now going to create regulations for hospitals. The very entities who we were sort of cheering on through the pandemic, and probably not coincidentally, also the organizations that we were just targeting in bills in the last few years, saying, you, hospitals, have to find a way to streamline your operations, get more efficient, get more effective, because if you don't, then we're going to apply all the rate setting under the Colorado option bill. So, $1 million, 7.5 employees, and brand new regulations. So, what is going on? Why do we need these new regulations? Well, because each hospital is now going to be required to establish a nurse staffing committee and requires CDPHE to build new rules and to start enforcing these nurse staffing standards. And to do that is going to take almost $1 million, $930,000 for those who think I'm being hyperbolic, $930,000 taxpayer dollars, and 7.1 FTE. So, hospital is going to create a nurse staffing committee. That nurse staffing committee shall oversee a patient care staffing plan that is voted on and recommended by at least 60% of said nursing staffing committee. It is going to include minimum staffing requirements for each inpatient unit and emergency department that are aligned with nationally recognized standards and guidelines in each type of hospital unit. It is going to include strategies that promote the health, safety, and welfare of the hospital's employees and patients, include guidance and a process for reducing provider-to-patient ratios to align with the demand based on patient acuity, and it is allowed, may, include innovative staffing models. So that's what the patient care staffing plan for the hospital must include. Next, they're going to submit this recommended staffing plan to the hospital's senior nurse executive or the hospital's governing body, or both, for approval. And if the final approval is approved by the hospital, if the final plan approved changes materially from the recommendations put forth by that staffing committee, the senior nurse executive shall provide the nurse staffing committee with an explanation for all these changes. So again, not talking about really the administration of the staff, not talking about any of the MDs, not talking about orderlies, not talking about rad techs or any of the lab workers. This is all just by nurses for nurses, because I don't know why. I don't know why. Maybe we as a body feel that the nurses, as opposed to the doctors or the administrators, are really the people who should be running the hospital, as I read it, at least as related to all these items. So let's say that this plan, the staffing plan, is already provided. The senior nurse executive has met with the staffing committee with an explanation of any changes that might be going on. If then the staffing committee believes the final plan does not, that they're presenting to nurses, by the way, does not meet nurse staffing standards established in rules promulgated by the State Board of Health, and the staffing committee, with a vote of 60% or more of the members, then this committee may request the department to review the final adopted staffing plan for compliance. So if the administrators don't agree with the nurses about what the nurse staffing should look like, then it sounds like we need to meet again to make sure that that can be modified, or at least that communication happens there. After all that's done, then we move on to 3. Then the hospital can publish a report that is responsive to the changes made, and if any, shall document, implement, that's a shall, not a may, document, implement, and evaluate the nurse staffing plan, not annually, but quarterly. So the hospitals are forced to document, implement, and evaluate this staffing plan every single quarter, because what happened 3 months ago might have changed for the next 3 months. They now have to describe in writing the process for receiving, tracking, and resolving complaints and receiving feedback on the staffing plan from direct care nurses and other staff, it's Roman numeral 5, and shall make the complaint and feedback process available to all direct care providers, including direct care nurses, direct care nurse aides, and EMS providers. The department is authorized to and shall enter, survey, and investigate each hospital as necessary. Remember, this is about a staffing plan. We're going to do investigations. Investigate each hospital as necessary to ensure compliance with the nurse staffing standards established in the rules promulgated by the State Board of Health. And then the hospital needs to submit the final approved nurse staffing plan to the department every single year. So you might be thinking to yourself right now, this is, and by the way, I'm only on page 6 of a 14-page bill, right? So we keep moving through this, more requirements placed on hospitals related to nurse staffing that is more or less run by nurses, in an environment where we just got through talking about nurse staffing through a global pandemic, healthcare providers staffing, and you might be wondering, why do we need this? Why does this need to be done? What is the problem that we are trying to solve? And perhaps more importantly, since this is all about nurses, and maybe the bill sponsor or somebody that heard this in committee could let me know if anybody else is involved, because it looks like it's by nurses for nurses, if I understand it correctly. And I certainly got to wondering, what is it in training, education, and experience that makes nurses so qualified to handle what is, in my opinion, traditionally a role handled by hospital administrators? They seem to be very different career paths. So, as you probably know, I'm a huge fan of the nursing profession. I've done whatever I could here to support nurses in bills. I ran the Nurse Licensure Compact Bill, which we set some kind of record as far as fastest bill ever in the last several years being passed. I mean, this is a profession that we desperately need, that we want to encourage more people to be in, that we want to support once they're there. Got a lot of family members who are nurses. Our godson is a nurse. I've seen what they go through, what their training looks like. But I also know what lane traditionally nurses travel in, what their education and experience historically looks like, comparing and contrasting that to a hospital administrator. So I'm assuming, we should probably ask this question through the chair, that many of you have friends or family members who've gone through a nursing program?
Is there a show of hands? Oh.
Having just gone through this recently with our godson, these are the kinds of classes, remembering that they're about to be part of a program that determines staffing levels. Here's what it takes to become a nurse. And I'm not talking about the state exam and all of that. The kind of classwork you take. And I would ask you to have your radar up for things like staffing models, staffing protocols, proper staffing within a hospital, staffing requirements. Here we go. Introduction to Cultural Anthropology. Human Anatomy and Physiology 1, A&P to those in the business. A&P 2. Introduction to Chemistry. Introduction to Organic and Biochemistry. Rhetoric and Writing, Academic Reading and Analytical Writing. Rhetoric and Writing. 2. General Psychology. Microbiology, plus a lab. Nutrition for health professionals. Pharmacological math. Pharmacology. Can you tell I didn't take any of these classes?
Yes.
Pathophys. Foundations of Nursing Practice. Health Promotion. Basic Health Assessment. Fundamentals of Nursing Practice, Developmental Psychology, Introduction to Sociology. That takes care of years 1 and years 2. And I don't know about you, but I haven't heard anything about proper staffing levels in hospitals yet. Maybe this is in their 3rd year. So we go into the 3rd year. Health Science Statistics, Mental Health Nursing, Nursing Care of Adults 1, Nursing Care of Adults 2, Nursing Research, Leadership. That was year 3. Still nothing about staffing levels or running a hospital. 4th year, Nursing Care of Children, Nursing Care of the Childbearing Family, advanced nursing, community health nursing. So that's a curriculum of just one that I pulled off the internet here in the state of Colorado. So again, I'm a little reluctant to support a bill having nurses decide proper nurse staffing levels in hospitals when at least their education to become a nurse doesn't seem to not only not have a focus in this area, it doesn't even seem to have a cursory overview, right? Like not even a summary course in the syllabus here of anything like that. And because the argument that I'm trying to encourage all of us to consider is perhaps staffing decisions might be better made by people who are hospital administrators, maybe? I don't know. Maybe somebody who's gone to school to figure out what things like proper nurse staffing might look like. So now that you've heard that curriculum, let's contrast that with what somebody with a master's in health administration might go to school to learn about. Fundamentals of healthcare systems and organizational structures. Healthcare administration, theory, application, governance, and leadership. Here's something interesting. Healthcare human resources, organizational behavior, change, and development. Topics of study in this class include human resource functions, job analysis and design, recruitment, selection and retention, performance management, employee relations, training, compensation, benefits, organizational development, HR and legal, regulatory policies, organized labor, workforce innovation, forecasting, emotional intelligence, and diversity. Colleagues, we take a course like that and what somebody is learning and compare and contrast that to Anatomy and Physiology 2 and Healthcare for the Family. In your mind, just anecdotally, I don't ask you to provide a professional opinion, who sounds like the person best qualified to make nurse staffing decisions in a hospital? We move on. Healthcare legal principles, compliance and ethics, population and community health, health administration, current topics, trends, policy, sustainability, health information systems, marketing strategy in the health industry, financial analyses and applications in healthcare organizations, healthcare research methods and statistical analysis. Here's the one that I highlighted. Healthcare operations, risk management, and quality assessment and improvements. If you're in health administration, this is a class that you take, at least in this fine Denver-based institution. Students in this course will obtain a comprehensive and practical examination of all aspects of operations management in healthcare. Students will use mathematical skills to critically assess patient flows, process and quality improvement, volume projection, and supply chain management to improve processes in healthcare organizations. Detailed content on reducing cycle times, which for those in the business, that's patient wait times traditionally, measuring productivity, streamlining process flows, tracking outcomes, quality and performance metrics and risk assessment of healthcare business processes will be presented. This is a required course if you're in hospital administration or healthcare administration. So again, I ask, who is the person that you want making these decisions for hospitals when it relates to their staffing concerns? Is it the person who's taken organic chemistry? Or the person that has taken healthcare operations, risk management, and quality assessment and improvement as part of their curriculum? Logically, who should be making these decisions? And logically, if you haven't taken any of these courses, and let's say you're a nurse doing your job as a nurse does, which is demanding and grueling and in some cases life-threatening, do you have the skill set needed in order to be the governing body as to deciding what hospital staffing should look like relative to nurses? I'm only touching on some of the coursework that these folks have that run hospitals. You layer on top of that the experience that most of these folks have in running hospitals, the years of managing this, right? I mean, hospitals, as you know, already are scrutinized by the State Department. If their staffing levels are lousy, what is that going to mean for the patient? Poor treatment, mortality, morbidity, readmittance rates, all the stuff the state's already tracking. So colleagues, I would really ask that we're tough on this bill. It's $1 million that can go to other things. It's 7 employees that can be doing other things. The state of Colorado already has oversight over our hospitals. And if our hospitals were underperforming as it relates to infection rates, mortality, quality, wait times, that kind of thing, do you think that maybe that would have already been ferreted out? Or is it smarter for us as a body, with once again the heavy hand of government coming into industry saying, you people are stupid, you don't know what you're doing, therefore trust us, we're the government, we will create a process for you to where we in our wisdom will have a committee that we have decided what the membership looks like, and that is going to be the committee and the only committee that is really worthy of telling you, the hospital, what your staffing should look like. And don't forget, colleagues, if the hospital, let's say, does something as egregious as overstaffs with nursing, and there's too many nurses there, or too many doctors, or too many rad techs, or too many orderlies, then what's going to happen to the rates that they charge? To the rates that they charge the patient if there's too many nurses or too many doctors? The rates that they have to charge is going to go up. And what happens in the state of Colorado when a hospital has its rates go up? Do you remember the bill that we just passed? The bill that we just passed says if hospital costs go up, therefore health insurance premiums go up, then nobody meets any of the targets of the Colorado option. And by definition, then the hospital gets its rates set. So if they follow the advice of the committee, which I don't know about you, call me a cynic. I think the results of the committee of nurses as to how many nurses there should be is only going to come up with one conclusion. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, maybe we'll wait and see. But this whole thing is just circular. It's insanity. We're going to staff up in nursing so that our rates go up, so that then the state of Colorado is going to come back in and say your rates went up, so now your rates are going to get set to where you're going to get paid less. I don't think we can have our cake and eat it too here. This is, in my opinion, certainly one of the most unique bills we've seen in a long time. Right, imagine going into any other industry. Right? Imagine going into an auto repair facility and saying, okay, it's now mandated across the state of Colorado, if you have a car repair business, we're going to force you to have a committee of all of your repair techs. All the techs get to decide how many techs are on the floor. And you have to do that. You have to report it. You have to monitor it each quarter. Go back to the group of techs, tell them how many techs they have, knowing that if you have too many techs and your rates go up, then your repair rates get set by the state of Colorado. I mean, just would love for somebody to come up to the mic, I doubt it's going to happen, and say, no, we do this all the time. Here's what we do in flower shops and in grocery stores. We do this all the time. It's going to be good for the state of Colorado. Colleagues, if this was free, if this was one of these one every half an hour task force bills that we pass in this body, and it's going to cost $100,000 or $70,000 or $250,000 and not really cost the state anything, and it's all cash funded, then I would probably sit here and say, well, I think that's a goofy idea, but that's what you guys really want to do. But this is $1 million and 7 people. For those of you who have ran bills and fought as hard as you have for things like tax breaks on diapers and feminine products and free diapers in food banks and that kind of stuff, I know how hard you fought for $1 million. And for others of you, I know how hard you fought against the state saying, hey, we're going to add 3 FTEs or 5 FTEs or 7 FTEs. But with this bill, it just seems like it just gets a free pass. That's what it feels like to me. I can't find a single reason to vote yes for this. I can't point to a single thing that's happened in any community hospital in any part of our state where somebody has come to any one of you and said, you know, the problem that we have is that nurses don't decide what the staffing level of nurses in hospitals should be, and that doctors don't decide what the physician level of staffing in hospitals should be, or that rad techs don't decide what the proper staffing level of rad techs should be, or janitors, or orderlies, or administrators, or front desk reception people, or billing folks. Yet somewhere, somehow, we've decided this is a problem of statewide concern. It's such a problem, it needs legislation for us to take $1 million taxpayer dollars and 7 full-time employees to address this statewide inferno that we have going on right now, which is the lack of nurse involvement in nurse staffing levels. Colleagues, come on. Ask for your no vote on House Bill 1401.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Good to see you and be with you this afternoon. I rise in opposition of House Bill 1401 as well. I think that the prior speaker, as the chair was listening, probably did a pretty good job of elucidating the interaction and the challenges between whether nurses or administrators are properly trained to deal with the creation of this construct. My perspective is similar, but I look at even a different element, and that's what I would describe as the intrusion of government into this process. The bill creates the opportunity for government through the State Board of Health to write rules and to require certain things of the hospitals, obviously. It also gives the ability of government to fine. There's a $10,000 per day fine built into this where government is intruding into this. But quite frankly, the most interesting piece of the whole bill, and I don't know whether it's a desperate grasp for relevancy or what, but you know that office we hear about all the time, the Office of Saving People money for healthcare. The lieutenant governor's in this bill as well, and they are part of the reporting requirements that are created. So my perspective on this is exactly as the prior speaker said. There's some real significant material challenges in how you would cause this to interact just in the normal course of human interaction and enterprise management. It's probably not an optimal way to do it. If you were running a business, running an enterprise, running a hospital, I don't know that this is the way you would approach it, but I think it's even more challenging because of the way we stick government into this. And of course, when you put government in the middle of it, that costs everybody more money. So not only do we have a potential impulse that costs more in the actual provision of health care, but we're taxing the people by adding 7 additional government employees and, quite frankly, rules and connection with the Lieutenant Governor's office. I'm going to scroll down here in the bill to specifically read out the business about the Office of Saving. Here we go. So you get down into, where are we at? Page 11 in the bill. It's a substantial bill for those of you who've read it. And you get down to the section that deals with the Office of Saving People money on health care and the study and report. So the Office of Saving People money on health care and the Lieutenant Governor's office shall study. So we're now going to create rules. We're going to have nurses acting as administrators, responding to the rules created by the Board of Health in this. And then we're going to bring the Office of Saving People money on health care, the Lieutenant Governor's office, into the conversation by studying. They're going to study the level of preparedness of the health facilities licensed pursuant to Section 25. You know, this is the section of the code that licenses the hospitals, 25.1.5.103, to respond to. And this is a post-viral, and we're all still shuddering. We all kind of have been through this enormous dislodging, dislocating. Quite frankly, at the very beginning of the pandemic, it was frightening for all of us, I think, in meaningful ways. And we're still kind of shuddering from that. And this bill looks back at that. And I think that's, quite frankly, an interesting thing. The system that which cared for us so well, that did what it needed to do, that came together within its own construct, we're now saying, hey, you know what, we want to stick government in the middle of that in a new and different way. But anyway, the study includes the level of preparedness of health facilities licensed pursuant to the code, to post-viral illnesses, or illness generally, I guess that would be at the individual level, resulting from the COVID-19 virus. The effects of post-viral illness resulting from the COVID virus on mental, behavioral, and physical health, and the financial security. So the Office of Saving People money on health care is going to look into how COVID affected the financial security of the people of Colorado and the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic on the cost of health care in Colorado and on the ability of the Colorado public health system to respond to emergencies. Then the House got involved and added some more language in here in committee on or before January 1st of 2023, so coming right up here in a few months. And then each year thereafter, boy, In that phrase there, the definition of why there is nothing so permanent as a temporary government program, each year thereafter, the Office of Saving People Money on Healthcare shall report its findings to the governor. We don't get that in the SMART Act. We'll get something else in the SMART Act that does interact with part of this new creation where we're going to have reporting out to the General Assembly as well. And the Office of Saving People Money on Healthcare shall coordinate, monitor. So now they're staffing up over there at the LG's office to provide coordination, monitoring, and support of the efforts to improve the affordability of health care, health outcomes, and public health readiness in state programs and departments. So you've got a little bit of an Easter egg there inside this bill that's about nurse staffing ratios. That the prior speaker, I think, frankly decimated the core effort of the bill, but I would say in this theme of government intruding, that we now have an Easter egg in this bill that says, okay, and here is another set of words, law, that gives the LG's office the ability to intrude further into this. So I will choose to curtail my comments just with the specific theme that I think this bill, in addition to providing some actual real-world management challenges that may not be beneficial for the people we seek to serve, it also expands in a dramatic way government. And when we get government stepping into and telling business how to interact with their patients, their staff, their employees, their processes, the odds are there's going to be friction. There might be some human friction in some of the dialogues that happen, but I'm just thinking of economic friction where it makes the process less efficient, less beneficial, less valuable. So I urge your opposition to House Bill 1401, although I do appreciate the interesting dialogue on the bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, thank you, everyone, members, for your comments. I have some kind of more specific questions kind of to deal with, and hopefully maybe somebody will help answer these because I'm trying to figure it out. So, as already previously mentioned in the bill, it requires a nurse staffing, I said NERF, but I meant nurse. A nurse staffing committee to do all these things, as already stated. It's required to create, implement, evaluate a nurse staffing plan, to receive, track, resolve complaints, and receive feedback from direct care nurses and other staff. Bill requires the hospital to submit the nurse staffing plan, prepare reports, prepare quarterly reports. And then it says, on or before September 1st, 2022, State Board's going to develop rules, and each hospital is required to report the baseline number of beds the hospital is able to staff and the hospital's current bed capacity. And if the hospital's ability to meet staffed bed capacity falls below 80% of the required baseline in a specified period, the hospital is required to notify the department and submit a plan to meet that requirement. The bill, and they have to do that, remember, with the nurses, the nurse staffing committee. And they have to look to follow the plan. So each hospital is required to update its emergency plan at least annually and as often as necessary. That's a point. I want you to remember it. The bill authorizes the department to fine a hospital up to $10,000 per day for the hospital's failure to meet the required staffed bed capacity, include the amount of necessary vaccines for administration in an annual emergency plan, and have the vaccines available at each of its facilities, and include the necessary testing capabilities available at each of its facilities. I want us all to think back to starting in March of 2020, when the executive orders from the governor started and proceeded to go on and go on and go on, to the point where we got in, at one point we had an executive order that basically allowed hospitals to refuse patients and or transfer patients. So there was all these executive orders during COVID that required certain things of our hospitals. One executive order talked about activating the GERC, which is the Governor's Expert Epidemiology Emergency Response Committee, something of that nature. I know it's in here someplace. But anyways, and they have a responsibility to do an activation of the Colorado Crisis Standard of Care. Now, this is important because this bill is saying we've got all these nurses and this nurse staffing committee that's going to do all this stuff about staffing. Then it puts in here penalties if the hospital doesn't meet the number of staffed beds exceeds 80% of the hospital's total licensed bed, and then they're going to get fined. There's all these things that could happen. Why don't you keep in mind, November 9th, 2021, State of Colorado reactivated the crisis standards of care for staffing of healthcare systems. Yes, that's right. The GERC. Now we have the GERC involved that's talking about what's the required level of staffing at hospitals. So there's nothing in this bill that talks about how we would reconcile in a declared pandemic, in a declared health emergency, where the governor has activated the GERC and they have activated the crisis standards of care for staffing of healthcare systems. There's nothing that talks about how we interrelate all of that. Excuse me? The GERC, that's what it's called. I actually served on the GERC for a while. Yeah, it was really interesting. Thank you. So I was a GERC person. There we go.
Gherkian.
Anyways, crisis standard of care for staffing of healthcare system. Nothing in this bill that talks about, other than it says they're supposed to update their emergency plan. Do you know when hospitals updated their emergency plan and during the COVID pandemic and when we had all those executive orders? Somewhere about November 2021. And it was because of the GERC reactivating crisis standards of care for staffing. The public health objectives of the crisis standard of care for healthcare staffing are to expand the availability of healthcare workers and healthcare resources. In this case, it was to combat COVID-19 pandemic. In any case, it would be to combat any pandemic or epidemic, health epidemic or health problem or health outbreak, and to serve patients seeking related care. The standard of care for healthcare staffing is to assure that guardrails and supports are in place to optimize workplace safety, healthcare worker resilience in the face of moral and physical stress, patient safety, and health outcomes related, again, in this case it was to COVID-19 and even non-COVID-19 patients. But if we are not in an emergency or it's a different type of pandemic, it would be whatever that pandemic or epidemic, because there are two different types of healthcare crisis that we deal with, pandemics and epidemics. So the whole idea is they want to make sure that Coloradans now know that they can and should continue to access necessary health care. Activating staffing crisis standards of care allows healthcare systems to maximize the care they can provide in the communities where the staff they have available. This is very important. Activating staffing crisis standards of care allows healthcare systems, allows hospitals to maximize the care they can provide in their communities with the staff they have available. Again, nothing in this bill where we're requiring nurse staffing plans and nurses and nurse staffing committees says, how are we going to integrate the requirements in this bill with what happens when we're in an emergency and a hospital is under an executive order to follow what is in the crisis standards of care for healthcare staffing. I'm just going to read you a little bit out of the crisis standard of care for healthcare staffing. Prior to COVID-19 crisis, healthcare systems were confronted with challenges related to maintaining a sufficient pool of experienced healthcare workers to face the increased demand in chronic diseases as well as an aging population. So this issue existed prior to the pandemic. Now we got a bill that says, let's let the nurses decide and help with what the staffing plan should be, and the nurse staffing committee should be in charge of that or at least be able to participate in it. I'm not exactly sure everything here, but it looks like after rulemaking, they'd probably have a pretty important role and well-integrated role into the staffing of the hospital. But prior to the healthcare systems, they were confronted with challenges related to maintaining a sufficient pool of experienced healthcare workers to face the increased demand in chronic disease as well as aging population. The current pandemic imposed additional short-term and long-term strains on the system. I want you to all remember what happened during COVID. The governor had executive orders that talked about, for the hospitals, that they could not allow elective surgeries anymore. We had several hospitals throughout this state who furloughed nurses and doctors and other healthcare workers because of all the executive orders that took place, because they could only accept people that were dealing with COVID. So they furloughed a whole bunch of people, sent them all home, just exasperating the shortage. It's not like you can just turn on the spigot again with workforce. It just doesn't happen. And that's what we found ourselves when it came to COVID-19. So can you imagine, your hospital is told that you can't have elective surgeries anymore, that you can refuse patients or you can transfer patients, that you should have to do all these things, you have to put plans together, and in the middle of that, you have to stop and talk to a nurses staffing committee. Now, I'm sure they were talking to nurses in the first place. I'm sure they were having that feedback and working with folks, but can you imagine that you have to stop and you have to put together a nurses staffing committee, or one that you already have, who gets to evaluate the staffing plan for the nurses, and you've got to go to them. And if you can't meet the number of staff beds to total license bed, if you can't meet your staffing, that you have, your capacity falls below the 80% of the required baseline, you could be fined up to $10,000 a day. Nothing in this bill talks about how do we integrate what's in this bill with what could happen in a pandemic or an epidemic or a health crisis. So within the crisis standard of care for healthcare staffing, talks about the short-term challenge pertaining to filling the workforce gap to face the increased demand during a surge, while the long-term objective would be to build resilience and sustain clinical effectiveness in order to maintain quality patient outcomes. Following the spring 2020 surge, many hospitals expanded their medical, surgical, and ICU bed capacity, their PPE and ventilator supply, and prepared for an inevitable second wave, which didn't happen, by the way, when they said it was going to happen. In fact, I'm not sure it really ever happened. We just kind of had a wave that sort of kept moving around. Many hospitals converted non-critical care spaces into auxiliary ICUs, increasing the total ICU capacity. It decreased their other bed capacity, however. Hospitals also worked to train up nurses and other clinicians from the less busy general medical surgical units and community care clinics to critical care levels. Additionally, in the spring of 2020, surges were sporadic across the United States, and nurses, physicians, and respiratory therapists could travel between peak communities of need, going where care was needed most. Staffing limits as a hard ceiling. Staffing, this is what it says again in the Crisis Standard of Care for Healthcare Staffing, and this is from the GERC, which is the medical advisory group that is supposed to be advising the governor, and he's supposed to actually pay attention to what they have to say. Not that that really happened during the pandemic, but anyways. Staffing limits as a hard ceiling. Staffing is too often viewed as a flexible variable in the equation that dictates total healthcare capacity. The number of ventilators is clearly a hard ceiling above which caring for more patients in need of a ventilator is not possible. A similar fact is true about physical hospital beds. At some point, there may be more patients than physical beds. However, when considering essential staff shortages, simply asking a nurse or respiratory therapist to care for more patients during a shift is clearly not the solution. Spreading these critical resources too thin will increase the risk to safe patient care and could rapidly exhaust the pool of available professionals as individuals fall ill from being overworked or become burnout and leave the field. At the same time, in a true crisis, the only firm alternative may to deny patients access to care. It's absolutely critical that staff also be viewed as having a hard ceiling that cannot stretch endlessly, especially during a sustained mass casualty event like a global pandemic. Staffing is limited and can become so scarce as to require a change in the expectations of the standard of care that can be provided during the pandemic. To that end, the crisis standard of care contemplates severe staffing shortages and plan for the activation. Now again, nothing in this bill talks about how in the plan that they're supposed to be contemplating severe staffing shortages and plan for their activation during the time of a pandemic or an epidemic or any other health crisis that may impact nurses shortage or any shortage of the healthcare workers. Again, the public health objectives of a crisis standard of care for healthcare staffing are to expand the ability of the HCWs and healthcare resources to combat the pandemic and to address non-pandemic cases as well. So, again, hopefully somewhere in this staffing plan, because it says it requires the hospital to submit a staffing plan, and that the nurse staffing plan is required to create, implement, and evaluate a nurse staffing plan and to receive, track, and resolve complaints and receive feedback from the direct care nurses. But nothing in there requires them during the time of a healthcare crisis, an executive order, a pandemic or an epidemic or any other type of healthcare crisis to really look at what they have to do in the time crisis standard of care for healthcare staffing. Nothing in this bill requires that, and it probably should be added in at a very minimum. We need to recognize that staffing solutions are not a one-size-fits-all, and decisions related to workforce staffing and patient care delivery should be made by institutional clinical leaders, including frontline caregivers. So yes, they can be involved in it, but they shouldn't be the ones just writing the staffing plan. It should not just be this committee, but it really needs to go back to the hospital and the institutional clinical leaders to ensure that they don't have a one-size-fits-all, that they can, during the times of a pandemic or an epidemic, meet this crisis standards of care that is required of them, again, by the GIRC, which is the Medical Advisory Group. They need to be able to rapidly evaluate and implement new technology in care facilities that could decrease staffing burdens, and they need to be able to improve in a rapid manner, rapidly evaluate and implement and improve patient care related to the pandemic or the healthcare crisis. This bill seems like it's just really very stagnant, doesn't allow for that flexibility, doesn't allow for, again, in the times, and I mean, we just went through a pandemic. We still have a healthcare crisis and an epidemic that people keep recognizing. We aren't under executive orders anymore, but it doesn't take that long to activate, as we know, executive orders, and then start working on getting our Department of Public Health and Environment through the GIRC, coming up with medical advisory groups, coming up with a crisis standard of care for healthcare staffing. So at a minimum, there needs to be some discussion here about how this nurse staffing committee has to also work during a pandemic or epidemic or healthcare crisis to ensure, again, that we're not putting the hospitals in a situation where they can't meet this staff bed capacity, where it falls below the 80% of required baseline, which happened in some hospitals, but not all hospitals. And it depended on which section of the hospital you spoke to. A lot of people, including the governor, didn't realize that during the pandemic, hospitals were transferring patients, COVID patients, to other more regional trauma type hospitals or hospitals that were set up to handle COVID and trying to free up bed space over in other hospitals. Hospitals need to be able to have the flexibility to move staff around, to determine what their staff needs to be doing, especially during the time of a health crisis, a pandemic, or an epidemic, especially when we have activated this crisis standard of care for any healthcare staffing within the system. So at this point, because I just don't see where that's in here, and we haven't taken into consideration, you know, the executive orders that have occurred just in the last couple of years, and how the impact on this would, how the impact of this bill would be on those executive orders and on our hospital system during a pandemic, I would urge a no vote on 1401. Thank you.
Nope, that's my fault.
Threw your computer at her, Jerry.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. See if I can fire this baby back up again. While we're in the discussion, let me just do this instead.
There
As
is
the amendment floats.
an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L022?
Amendment L.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L022. Members, and maybe there's an explanation, but I can't figure it out. But this bill originally drafted had a petition clause. And yes, Sonnenberg's back on his safety clause. I know you're shocked, but somehow the House put a safety clause on. So this amendment puts the petition clause back on, seems nothing is due until September of 2022 was the first response. And so I would ask for us to not deny the people's ability to petition and ask that we put the petition clause back on. If the sponsor knows of the reason that was taken off, if there is a valid reason, I sure would love to see it, or hear it, as I don't see it in the bill.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to Senator Sonnenberg. To the senator from Sterling, I am not in the position of defending what the House does in any way, but they did add this safety clause. I suspect it was because they wanted this work to happen as quickly as possible. In a lot of ways, this does relate to safety because it relates to patient safety and having adequate staffing levels to make sure that we are taking care of patients in our health facilities. So I am guessing that's the reason why, but I don't definitively know.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And the truth is, the only thing that happens before September 1st is to notify them that you put a committee together. And if that takes extra time, they can actually start that knowing the bill's going to pass, not going to cost them much money. I should look at the fiscal note. Who knows? They may have put a heck of a fiscal note on just to set up that committee. So I would ask us at least to start there, to add the petition clause back on, and then I'll talk a little more about how this bill will affect us in rural Colorado. Ask for your aye vote for L022.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just a quick lifeline was texted to me. It was to allow for some rulemaking to happen within the department. So I do urge a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L022. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it. The amendment is rejected. Senator Sonnenberg.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and that's unfortunate that the department, the rulemaking takes longer process than the September 1st. I'm not sure they can accomplish that through this process, through the hearing process, all that. That's a great excuse for a safety clause, but we'll move on. Members, let me start by pointing out how this might affect rural hospitals. And rural hospitals I'm talking about are hospitals like Sterling, that right now has 25 beds. Coincidentally, 25 beds having to do with the requirement in here to have an expansion plan of 125%, so they'd have to add seven beds to that 25 and make it a 32-bed facility. I'm anxious to see how they do that. When hospitals design their systems and their structures, they try to be most efficient. You sure can't take a closet and say, all right, I'm going to put a bed in here and move that stuff. I'm curious to see how this is going to happen there. But more so, what about smaller hospitals? Like Hugo, like Holyoke, like Haxton, which may be 4 beds, 6 beds. And then your staffing, your committee has to be made up of 60% of those nurses. I don't know how many nurses it takes, but I know those nurses, quite frankly, are overworked. And so we must ask the question, why are they overworked? Is it because we've driven them out of the business? Is it because we forced them to get vaccinated and their families said, no, I'm not going to get vaccinated, so I will leave the profession? Would it also be because we have an education system that is not geared up to train the nurses that we need? We have people on waiting lists at the University of Northern Colorado because we can't open enough staffing, enough room to be able to train the nurses that actually want to be nurses. This staffing issue is an issue related both to education and government mandates that have said, your nurse must follow A, B, and C, or we're going to fire you. When it comes to rural Colorado, it's kind of like education. The only way we keep those local nurses is we get them married to a farm boy tied to the land so they don't leave.
Or gal.
Or gal. You are exactly right. Thank you for that clarification, Madam Chair. Most of the gals out there are the ranchers, and I should have included that, Madam Chair. So,
thank you.
But the point is, unless you love small communities, it's hard to get people out there. So how does a hospital like Haxton or Hugo put a committee together to address, quite frankly, what they've already been working on for years? Essentially, what this bill told me when I first read it was, all you people running hospitals, you're too stupid to think about this on your own. We're going to tell you what to do. When in fact, every hospital has measured this for years and tried to figure out, how do we have the proper staffing? How do we make sure patients are covered? And then the ultimate here is $10,000 fine. Holy cow. For some facilities, that closes the doors. For some of those small rural hospitals, that will put them out of business. And if you can't meet these staffing requirements that'll eventually come up, then what? Are we more willing to close down these facilities if we don't have enough workers in hopes that they can go somewhere else? You know, I fought for rural hospitals for years. Many of you remember the conversation that the only hospital between Burlington and Aurora is in Hugo. Small little hospital. And if you close that hospital in Hugo because somebody eventually makes a rule, or a committee comes up with a plan that says you have to have so many nurses to staff this facility, and if you don't, you close, or you pay a fine, or choose. All of a sudden, if you have a farming accident or chest pains, you're 90 minutes from the closest facility. What I'm telling you, colleagues, these hospitals are already trying to figure out how to staff both doctors, nurses, everybody that they need to make sure and take care of their communities. They're already doing this. We don't need a bureaucratic list that says, you're too dumb to put that list together on your own. We're going to do it for you, and we're going to put this committee together to do it for you. They're already doing this. Let them figure out how to solve their own staffing requirements. And rather than focus here, let's focus on higher ed. Open doors for higher ed so that we can train more nurses, so we can train more doctors, so we can have more healthcare professionals in the pipeline to make sure we don't have these staffing requirements. If I have X number of nurses and the new staffing requirements say I need X plus 10%, we're always going to be short unless we figure out how to increase the supply of those nurses. Let's focus our attention there. For the time being, let's vote no on 1401 and go to work at providing more medical staff. Ask for a no vote on 1401.
Senator Heisey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just some random thoughts as other people were speaking. As to the supply side, 30 years ago, I saw billboards in New Mexico trying to entice nurses to come to New Mexico. That hasn't changed, and obviously it's not just a New Mexico problem, but it does seem like if we've had that long to work on a problem, that somehow we could have enticed more people to go into nursing, to training, more schools, whatever it takes. So that should be no shock to anyone that we have this nursing shortage, perhaps exacerbated by COVID and pandemic and indicators that have already been spoken about. I have a daughter that's a nurse. You all know that. She's a good nurse. If you're ever in the hospital, she gets assigned to you, you're going to be in good hands. She always gets better reviews from patients than she does doctors. Might be because she's a little more bold in her speaking than I am. But she advocates for her patients. She's a great nurse. If I'm in the hospital, I'd like to be in her hospital on her ward. However, she's never seen a P&L. You'd probably have to tell her that stands for profit and loss. She's never had to reconcile the books at the end of the month. She's never had to staff appropriately to keep the hospital in business, as well as balance that with the patient needs. There are just some things she's really good at, and some things just not in her wheelhouse. And she'd probably volunteer to be on this committee just because that's kind of the way she is. And she would advocate for more nurses. She just would, because she knows that if I get more nurses, I can have more nurses spending more time with the patients. And after all, isn't that what we're here for? She would always be advocating for more nurses. And God bless her for it. But that doesn't make her qualified to determine the nurse-patient ratio. It doesn't make her qualified to try to keep this hospital profitable. Even though she works for a nonprofit, they still have to bring in a certain amount of money just to keep the doors open and keep the salary paid and the lights on, all those types of things. So those are just not in her wheelhouse, and I am going to go out on a limb and say it is a very rare nurse that has ever had to do that type of thing on any large scale at all. Now, the other thing I was thinking about while I was listening to people talk is there's an awful lot about what the ratio's got to be. And once that's determined, it is up to the hospital to make sure that we have enough nurses for the patients we have in here. Well, it doesn't tell you what happens or how you deal with a nursing shortage. Somebody calls in sick, and granted, there is 7 to 14 days. So, if you have a problem one day, you don't have to close the doors to any new patients. But still, it doesn't tell you how to manage that. And then I found it. Page 9, line 13. Maximizing hospital throughout by discharging patients. That's how you do it. If you have a shortage of nurses for whatever reason, it doesn't matter. They don't like you and they quit. They have COVID and they can't come in for, used to be 10 days, now we're down to 5. Whatever the reason, it doesn't matter. You just discharge your patients. That brings you back to the level that you need to be. And of course, that's not going to be a problem for patients that are sick. That's not going to be a problem for patients that are hooked up onto various devices that they can't take with them as somebody picks them up and puts them in their car to take them home and try to care for them there, assuming you have that someone to pick you up, put you in the car, take you home, and care for you. That doesn't account for a pandemic. It doesn't account for those times when you really are flooded in a mass casualty incident. It doesn't account for those. You can't just discharge people that are terminally ill, seriously ill, recovering from surgery, and all of the things that keep you in the hospital overnight. There's a reason why they keep you there. So we don't have a solution to that. However, I did come up with a solution for the scenario that the chair of the Republican Women's Caucus was talking about, where she says, what about the pandemic? What do we do about that? I figured it out. The governor had this figured out. You put beds in the convention center. Or if you're in Woodland Park, you put beds in the empty, what used to be a big box building supply. Those aren't hospitals. You can get a nurse in there and you can abuse that nurse and you can give her more than, or him, you can give them, because there will be more than one, you can give them more work than what you would be allowed to in a hospital. So that solution may be readily available. We've seen it activated, not actually used. Nobody ever slept in those beds in either of the two cases that I cited. But perhaps there is a solution there. We just set up our care outside of the hospital. The bill has problems. Let's not perpetuate this and just force these problems on our healthcare system and our hospitals. You heard about the rural hospitals. They're struggling all the time. They absolutely are. And the large hospitals, they've got their own issues to deal with. And trust me, one of the issues they deal with is the right patient to nurse staffing level. They have people thinking about that all the time. They have industry standards. They have people trying to figure out how to do things more efficiently. This is not something that is going to be solved by this bill. I urge a no vote.
Senator Corum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can't give you a lot of background on what happens in metropolitan hospitals. I've used Anschutz a couple of times. That's my only experience in the metropolitan area. But I do have a little bit of experience in rural Colorado. And I can tell you things are significantly different. I represent Senate District 6. It's 8 counties of southwest Colorado. 4 of those counties have a hospital. 4 of them do not. So let's talk about what happens in those hospitals. Along came COVID, and they were full. And then we decided, the intimate wisdom of the state of Colorado, that all health workers must be vaccinated. What happened is a large portion of those health workers said, no, I don't. I'm not going to. And they left the industry. I was looking at my own Montrose Regional Health Center. I think they lost about 30 medical professionals, plus a lot of other staff because of that mandate. So how do they overcome that? If there's no one in the community that is a licensed nurse, how do they overcome that? They try reaching out to other states in the southwest corner, New Mexico, Utah, trying to recruit nurses. But the problem is getting the licenses from those other states, giving them the ability to work in Colorado, has been very delayed. So their only tool that they've had is traveling nurses, which receive a much higher wage than the nurse that lives in your community and knows your community. But they've done that. I was just reading in the paper where Montrose Regional Health just put another $1.75 million into hiring more staff. We don't know if that's going to work. It may or it may not. But in the meantime, people are still getting sick. People are needing medical care. So what do? They do what they're trained to do. Many of them will work a double shift. And frankly, I have witnessed where medical staff, because of sheer exhaustion, has probably made some bad decisions. This may work in the metropolitan area. But all you're going to do if you try to force this onto rural Colorado, those 4 counties that have hospitals now may very well end up with 2 counties with hospitals. I don't think this bill is good for rural Colorado. My background, my roots are in rural Colorado, and I'm going to say that this is not good for rural Colorado. This bill is not ready for the entire state. Frankly, you can do what you want in the I-25, I-70 corridor, but this key does not fit the lock for the rest of the state. I will be a no on this. I encourage you to think about the state of Colorado, not your metropolitan area that you think should have more nurses than they have. I think they're doing what they can, when they can. I will ask for a no vote.
The motion is the adoption of House Bill 1401. All those, Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I feel like the invisible man.
Where did you come from? I mean,
You know, Members, I appreciate the discussion of this bill because as it has been discussed here, it has caused me to think more and more and take time to read the bill. You know, sometimes we ask to have bills read at length, and people say, well, you're just stalling. But the purpose of that in legislative law, policy, and procedures is to not engage in hasty decision-making. And I think it's useful to have bills read at length, but the problem is that they're read where they're barely intelligible, but they are. That's the law, I heard. There might be a court case on that, I'm not sure. But far better for each of us to take the time to review a bill. Now, some people just look at the summary, and I confess that's sometimes what I do. But this bill, it's been through a couple of iterations, and it's also helpful when you're doing this to look at the fiscal note. And when there are multiple fiscal notes, another thing that's really important to do is to look at the dates, because they just get put in your folder, and it's like, which one is the latest one? And you know, that date is right up here. And there's a fiscal note for April 27th, 2022, which is not that long ago. And this bill had a total expenditure in the coming fiscal year of $92,900 and some odd dollars, and the so-called out year, 23-24, $106,000, and it was 0.8 FTE. And then next year it was 1.0 FTE. I don't know if that person gains weight or gets taller or what happens to that 0.8 to become a 1.0 during that time. Maybe it's just government bloat. I don't know. But then there's one on May 4th. Let's see here. It's May the 9th. May 4th was like Friday, I think. Friday, was it? And suddenly the expenditures on this bill for FY 22-23, $930,000. That begins to approach $1 million. And that 0.8 FTE became 7.1 FTE. And then in the out year and the out year, it's $885,000 and $930,000. You know, those are closer to $1 million than anything's in my bank account right now. So that when you look at a bill causes you to say, well, how did we get there? And, you know, if you look, I had to make sure I had the re-engrossed version. I had to go online and make sure, because in my bill folder, this version wasn't there. I think it's moving so quickly, I don't know. I find that this late in the session, sometimes you reach in your bill folder and the latest version of the bill hasn't found its way there. I think our staff is incredibly good, but I think they also get overwhelmed. But I'm a guy who believes you always ought to know how to use the office equipment, so I was able to print up the re-engrossed version, and I did. And then I saw here it says shading denotes House amendments, and I found a lot of shading in the back about a hospital report card, which seems to be how we got all this money in FTE. So then I took a look at the bill and I thought, well, I better look at the definitions. And one of the things when you go through law school twice that they kind of teach you and encourage you to do is to look at definitions of terms. As I told someone a day or so ago who asked me, where is that provision in the bill? Because I didn't see it. And I said, well, let me look. And I did. And the reason that it wasn't immediately apparent in this other bill what something meant or what was required or what was permitted was that the language that did that was in the definition of a particular term. And I said to that colleague, I said, well, you know, these definitions are really important because if you say, quote, orange, unquote, means a citrus fruit of any sort, then an orange may not be an orange except for purposes of that bill or that statute. And that's an extreme example just to make the point, but you find that, for instance, you start here with the first definition. Clinical staff nurse means a practical nurse or registered professional nurse licensed pursuant to Article 255 of Title 12 who provides direct care to patients. So, I mean, it's interesting. So clinical staff nurse includes both two levels of nursing practice, the practical nurse as well as the registered professional nurse. And it also has a qualifier there. So if you were an RN, that is a registered nurse, employed by the hospital, but you were in an administration position, you weren't providing direct care to patients, then you wouldn't be a clinical staff nurse for purposes of this bill, even though you have all the training and maybe the reason that you advanced to this nursing position or this hospital position is because of all of your nursing experience as a clinical staff nurse, but you won't be one of those for purposes of this bill. And then there's EMS provider. That means an individual who holds a valid certificate or license issued by the department as provided in Article 3.5 of this Title 25. I'm doing what I really counsel people not to do, which is I'm making an assumption that that's a reference to the EMS licensing provision. But if you really, if you got a lot riding on this, you want to reach over on your bookshelf. My associate attorney often says, how come you got a stack of those statutes so high on your desk? And I say, because I started looking at all the cross-references in a bill. It doesn't happen so much in practice on a day-to-day basis that you get all those there, but these bills, the cross-references, you end up with this half the bookshelf on your desk. You know, trying to put them all up afterwards takes its own time. But a nurse aide, by definition, is a person certified pursuant to Article 255 of Title 12, to practice as a nurse aide who provides direct care to patients or who works in an auxiliary capacity under the supervision of a registered nurse. So that's what that means. And then we get to something else that's kind of critical, staffing plan. That means the master nurse, and this is interesting because it's shaded. So if you look at the original bill, staffing plan was defined as the patient care staffing plan developed for a hospital. Here it means, now that we're considering the bill, it means the master nurse staffing plan, which makes one think that there must be other nursing staffing plans that are not the master nurse staffing plan. Of course, it seems to me to leave a question unanswered. What makes something a master nurse staffing plan? Is that now sometimes in statutory interpretation, there are things that are terms of art or and you see this in contractual interpretation as well, maybe a bit more, something that everybody who does business in that trade knows. It's not something you can necessarily rely on when you're dealing with statutes, because people who read statutes and might rely on them aren't necessarily in the business, if you will. But I assume master nurse staffing plan must have some meaning in the healthcare industry. That's just the definitions. There's a lot there to unpack. Then it finally gets to some requirements, and the thing that will always clue you is whenever you see on or before some date, you know that the thing that's going to happen after that is you got to do something. And so this is on or before September 1, 2022. So it's May. People are planning a little summer vacation, by the way. If you're responsible for hospital administration, I hope people in that industry are able to get a few days off. They've had a very tough 2.5 years dealing with a pandemic, the likes of which no one ever imagined 3 years ago. So, but whatever the case, by just before Labor Day, each hospital, not rural hospitals, not front range hospitals, not big hospitals, not medium-sized hospitals, each hospital shall, not may, shall. Now we you know, in Committee on Legal Services, we some years ago had a whole change in drafting about must and shall and may and all that. Shall means you got to do it. Shall establish a nurse staffing committee. Now it's interesting to me that we got staffing plan, but we don't really define nurse staffing committee as a definition. So there's this thing called the Nurse Staffing Committee, and we don't know much about it when we get to this place in the statute, other than it says, pursuant to rules promulgated by the State Board of Health. So I guess the State Board of Health will now be empowered. We are going to delegate to the State Board of Health to talk about how this is going to be established, but they're going to have to make you establish by September 1. There's no flexibility in that because we put that in statute. You can discuss the wisdom or lack of wisdom of putting that date carved in stone, because that's kind of what we do here, is carve things in stone until somebody crashes the tablets, which happens quite a bit. They shall establish a nurse staffing committee pursuant to the rules, which, by the way, you got to do something by September 1st, but the rules have not been promulgated yet. I wonder how long that is going to take. Probably going to take a while. But then there will be an emergency rule because they got to get it done, because we told them they got to do it by September 1st. So you're going to have an emergency rule. And, you know, I suspect when these rulemakings happen, I hear a lot from the folks affected by it. Those rules will eventually be reviewed by the Committee on Legal Services to see if the State Board of Health exceeded its statutory mandate. The rule might get busted, don't know. But in the meantime, hospitals are going to have to establish a nurse staffing committee pursuant to those rules. Now, the nurse staffing committee must have at least 60% or greater participation by clinical staff nurses, in addition to auxiliary personnel and nurse managers. Well, I mean, that's actually a little ambiguous, but I mean, what's a nurse manager? What makes somebody a nurse manager as opposed to a clinical staff nurse? Because we saw fit to define that, but we didn't define nurse manager. I guess that's maybe a term in the industry in healthcare that maybe people will know what it is.
Perhaps a term of art.
You know, it is, Madam Chair, let me say how gratifying it is to have the chair paying close attention and having an interactive discussion. I mean, sometimes people have to have their own interactive discussion down here, and they have to stand here and say, you know, Bob, what is a nurse manager? Well, a nurse manager is really not defined here, but it is probably something that is understood in healthcare administration as being part of the person. Oh, I see, Bob. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, second Bob was not recognized, but proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I suggest you find the second Bob. The first Bob might pay it for him. I don't know. They're friends. So the next sentence is the nurse staffing committee must include a designated leader of workplace violence prevention and reduction efforts. Okay. Does that person have to be part of the clinical staff nurses 60%, or is it okay if they're part of the other group? Because it's just not clear. And by the way, here's an interesting thing. If you look at the introduced version of the bill, I just noticed this. The introduced version of the bill says, at least 60% of the nurse staffing committee members must be nurses and ancillary nurse healthcare personnel. Here it says 60% or greater. And it says participation. It doesn't say the committee. I wonder what that means, and I wonder what the nuance in that difference is there. That's a very interesting thing. And then it says in the introduced version, and up to 40% of the members of the nurse staffing committee may be determined by the hospital administration. But here, in the version that we're considering, it says the nurse staffing committee must have at least 60% or greater participation by clinical staff nurses in addition to auxiliary personnel and nurse managers. Well, usually nurse managers would be, they could be hospital administration because the chief of nursing services is part of hospital administration. And there are other positions that may be filled by a nurse that are hospital administration. And it doesn't, the version we're considering doesn't say who the other 40% are. And by the way, it doesn't, unless I've missed it, and we'll study the bill more closely as we go, it doesn't say how these people are chosen. That's pretty interesting. I mean, wouldn't you want to say in statute how they're chosen? I would. I might want to leave some wiggle room, but I'd want to say how they're chosen. So I guess right now what has been done is that's all been delegated to the State Board of Health to decide how they're chosen. I mean, I don't think the State Board of Health would say chosen at random by drawing out of a hat, but I think it would be within the statute to do that. And it doesn't say about the other 40% whether the hospital administrator or the board can select them. But I would think that that would be the most sensible. But one of the things you learn in reading statutes is what's most sensible is probably the least likely. Anyway, and it doesn't say who's going to include, says a designated leader of workplace violence prevention and reduction efforts, but it doesn't say who designates them. I mean, do the 60% of the clinical nurses designate that person, or is it more likely, I think, that person is designated because they probably have responsibilities outside of the nurse staffing committee. After all, it's leader of workplace violence prevention and reduction efforts. You just wonder. So you got to establish one of these by September 1st, and you got to hope the State Board of Health gets you regulations that make sense early enough in advance so that maybe in August you can start thinking about who's going to be on your committee. By the way, I guess I would recommend to any hospital administrator that you start thinking now about it, even if you don't know exactly what the rules are. Then it says, the Nurse Staffing Committee, colon. So you know when you see that, there's going to be a bunch of stuff there. Nurse Staffing Committee 1 shall, oh, there's that word again, shall annually develop and oversee a master nurse staffing plan for the hospital. That, but we'll leave that for later discussion. Annually develop and oversee a master nurse staffing plan for the hospital. So, I would think that this is the kind of product that really what you would want to do is develop it really good on the front end and annually revise it, annually review it, make any necessary changes. But, you know, it's possible that you'd look at it and a year hence and say, seems like it's working pretty well. Not sure we've had enough time to really see what it looks like. But this almost seems to sunset it because it says shall annually develop. So it seems to me you're like going to have to develop a new one every year. Although I suspect it'll look a lot like the one the year before with some revisions. But it's an interesting choice in drafting that the sponsors chose, and I'm sure they were consulted about this and said, no, we want to say shall develop annually, shall annually develop. Shall annually develop, not shall develop and annually review. We don't want to say that. And oversee. So the Nurse Staffing Committee oversees a master nurse staffing plan for the hospital. Not, you know, now this is the first usurpation, look it up. This is the first usurpation of the hospital management and leadership. Because it would make sense to me that if there was a master nurse staffing plan for the hospital, that it ought to be overseen by the hospital administration. The person who ought to be responsible for that plan and seeing that it is adhered to would be the hospital director, CEO, whatever his or her title is, but the boss. But here it says that's going to be overseen by the Nurse Staffing Committee. I guess the collective, I don't know. I guess it's the collective will be overseeing the nurse staffing plan. The nurse staffing plan for the hospital that, so now we're down into the Nurse Staffing Committee shall do this, that, And then we got some more stuff. You just multi-layered, you like peel back the onion. So the plan is voted on and recommended by at least 60% of the nurse staffing committee. Well, that's interesting. So the nurse staffing plan will be voted on by the nurse staffing committee. Seems like we've taken all of the authority from the hospital leadership, those that are responsible for the running of the hospital. We've taken all of the authority really from them. I used to say when I was in the military, I had all the responsibility in the world, none of the authority. So I had all the responsibility for a set of nuclear weapons along with a colleague, but we didn't have the authority to do anything with them. It belonged to the president. But we had a responsibility if anything went wrong with them. It wasn't Jimmy Carter that was going to answer for that. It was us. And it reminds me of this situation because you've got a nurse staffing committee that does a master nurse staffing plan that's voted on and recommended by 60% of the nurse staffing committee. And already we've said 60% of them are clinical staff nurses and auxiliary personnel and nurse managers, not the person or persons that the hospital board hired and said, you're accountable to us as your board that this hospital run and give the very best patient care at the best possible economics. I even hesitate to say price because there are many more factors, and the best economic model possible. But we're ripping that away from the hospital board and its chosen leadership. So that staffing plan's voted on. It includes minimum staffing requirements. Now, this does seem to be an improvement. The original bill, the introduced bill, said it includes minimum staffing requirements for each inpatient unit and emergency department that are aligned with nationally recognized standards and guidelines in each type of hospital unit. That got changed in the re-engrossed versions to say includes minimum staffing requirements as established by rules promulgated by the State Board of Health. There's that again. For each inpatient unit and emergency department that are aligned with nationally recognized standards and guidelines. But then we have a committee report. The Committee on Finance made a further change to make sure I got the right one. It amends the re-engrossed bill. So page 14, or page 4, my apologies, line 15, we're going to strike as, so it'll read includes minimum staffing requirements, strike as. Includes minimum staffing requirements established and rules promulgated by the State Board of Health. But we're going to strike lines 16 through 18. So we're going to strike as, and then we're going to strike everything else. And then it's going to read, and follow along with me here, because you're going to be voting on this bill. Includes minimum staffing requirements aligned with nationally recognized clinical standards and guidelines for each inpatient unit and emergency department. Is that a good thing? I don't know. I mean, before the version was the State Board of Health, and while I'm not wild about this, all these state boards, the State Board of Health might have a good sense of what's appropriate for Colorado, and I would hope for rural Colorado in our circumstances. Now we've changed it to align with nationally recognized clinical standards and guidelines. That kind of strikes me as a large hospital ask. I could be completely wrong about that, but that's probably a large hospital ask. They probably wanted these national standards because they probably do that anyway and don't have any trouble with it because the hospital accreditation organization, the acronym escapes me, it's kind of dominated by very large hospitals because they're the ones who have the resources to play in that arena. In any case, just note that difference because there's something going on there. You might ask people in finance why that happened. What else? Well, the Master Nurse Staffing Plan includes strategies that promote health, safety, and welfare of the hospital's employees and patients. Okay. I wonder what the sponsors thought that this staffing committee was going to do. Not have strategies to promote the health, safety, and welfare of the hospital's employees and patients? Act in detriment to the health, safety, and welfare of the hospital's employees and patients? I get it, but when I read those, I always think, well, I wonder what they thought they'd do if they didn't write that in there. They might just run rogue or something. I don't know. What else does this plan have to do? Includes guidance and a process for reducing nurse-to-patient assignments to align with the demand based on patient acuity. Now, that was amended. Previously, it said, includes guidance and a process for reducing provider-to-patient ratios to align with the demand based on patient acuity. It's interesting. This one, as amended, is nurse-to-patient assignments. So this is how many RNs and practical nurses do you have assigned to each patient?
Also known as staffing.
Thank you. And may include innovative staffing models. So they gave them permission. This bill's going to give them permission to include innovative staffing models. I guess they wouldn't have done that if we hadn't given them permission. And the reality is they may not have. They may have felt like they couldn't do that. Oh, and then we go to a Roman 2 again. So we have to go up to the top and read the B. The Nurse Staffing Committee, and then run down there, shall submit the recommended staffing plan to the hospital's senior nurse executive. Now this is interesting. The introduced version said, shall submit the recommended staffing plan to the hospital's senior nurse executive or the hospital's governing body or both for approval. But the re-engrossed version was amended in the House to say, shall submit the recommended staffing plan to the hospital's senior nurse executive and the hospital's governing body for approval. So presumably if the hospital's senior nurse executive doesn't approve, or the governing body doesn't approve, then I guess it doesn't work. It goes on to say if the final plan approved by the hospital changes materially from the recommendation put forth by the staffing committee, the senior nurse executive shall provide the nurse staffing committee with an explanation for the changes. You know, you kind of wonder, the approval of the plan is on the senior nurse executive and the hospital's governing board, but if the final plan approved by the hospital, which is kind of interesting because the final plan approved by the hospital would mean the governing board of the hospital. The hospital acts through its governing board. That's kind of axiomatic in corporate law for a nonprofit or a for-profit corporation, that they act through their board. So when you see the corporation or the hospital taking an action, that must mean that the board took that action. Unless, of course, it was delegated to the CEO, and that'd be different. But I digress. It says that the senior nurse executive is the one that has to provide an explanation for the changes. Okay. What if his or her explanation is, we didn't like your staffing plan, we thought it was dumb? I guess there's a bureaucratic way of saying that. Or it would break the bank. Or we couldn't find that many nurses in rural Colorado if we tried, in 3 towns, in 3 hospitals. Anyway, Roman 2 says you're going to submit the plan for approval. And then at B it says, if after receiving the explanation referenced in subsection 2B2A, that's the paragraph before, the staffing committee believes the final plan does not meet nurse staffing standards established and rules promulgated by the State Board of Health, back to them again. The staffing committee, with a vote of 60% or more of the members, may request the department review the final adopted staffing plan for compliance with rules promulgated by the State Board of Health. That's really a complaint to CDPHE to do a rule review. That's a very healthy thing, by the way, for your organization if that happens. That will have set your staff and your management at odds with each other fairly sharply and fairly quickly. You know, I read this, and as I'm reading it through, I thought it was kind of a hospital unionization bill through the back door. It was a nurses unionization bill through the back door. I'll go back to reading because I know that that's what you're waiting to hear, though. The nurse staffing committee, this is Roman 3, may publish a report that is responsive to the changes made to the recommended plan pursuant to subsection 2B2 of this section, if any. There's a semicolon there. Okay. I guess that's the proper convention. The nurse staffing committee shall describe in writing the process for receiving, tracking, and resolving complaints and receiving feedback on the staffing plan from clinical staff nurses and other staff. I wonder who on the committee is going to do that. Are they going to sit down as a committee? Because it's not hospital management's responsibility to see that that's done. It's the nurse staffing committee's job to see that it's done. And I don't know, is the nurse staffing committee going to have a chair? I hope the State Board of Health, when they promulgate rules, I hope someone on that board or its staff is listening, I hope they'll be on top of that and say whose responsibility it is. I mean, the statute, I don't think you can pass it to anybody else. The statute says it's the nurse staffing committee's responsibility, not management's. But if they don't do it, what happens? I mean, does the nurse staffing committee get fined for not doing their job? Would be wrong to punish management, because management doesn't have this responsibility. The drafters of this bill were very clear that it was the nurse staffing committee's responsibility. They also shall make the complaint and feedback process available to all providers, including clinical staff nurses, nurses, aides, and EMS providers. Now, I want to go back and check this really carefully. That's not a responsibility of the hospital administration. That's a responsibility of the nurse staffing committee. They seem to be a law unto their own. I wonder if that was the intent, because that's what's been done here. Sort of like the collective bargaining unit or something. As I said, seems to be a little bit like backdoor unionization. Then we get back to a subparagraph or paragraph C, little c. The department is authorized to and shall enter, comma, survey, comma, and investigate each hospital as necessary to ensure compliance with the nurse staffing standards established in rules promulgated by the State Board of Health. Which causes me to wonder, don't they already have that authority? And if they don't, okay, maybe they need that authority. And maybe this bill doesn't need to be anything else but that paragraph right there. Because the nurse staffing standards established, it's not the staffing committee report so much as the staffing standards established in the State Board of Health rules that matter. That's what they can enter. They can enter. I assume that means that they can make an administrative search of the hospital. That's pretty far-reaching. I wonder if anybody spotted that and said, it looks an awful lot like an administrative search. Now we get back to what the hospital has to do. All of that has been about the nurse staffing committee. And this is like paragraph 3. A hospital shall submit the final approved nurse staffing plan to the department on an annual basis. But what if the nurse staffing committee doesn't do the plan? How can the hospital submit it? We have an interesting split of authority in this bill. Kind of worrisome to me from an organizational management standpoint. Anyway, on a quarterly basis, evaluate the staffing plan and prepare a report for internal review by the staffing committee. Wow. Talk about adding FTEs or increasing the cost of health care. You're going to require a mid to small hospital to, on a quarterly basis, evaluate the staffing plan? And prepare a report for internal review by the staffing committee? You know, sometimes I read things and I think to myself, thank Providence for the word processor. it's an additional burden and it will take some time. And you can say, well, not that much. Well, you know, it's interesting. If it is what the sponsors want, it will take some time. And if it's just done to get by, it won't take much, and it will check the block. And I'm not sure that you don't end up in that situation of, oh, I looked at the plan, I looked around, I looked at staffing, talked to some people. I'm going to go into my word processor here, take the last quarterly report, say we did a quarterly review, talk to a few more people. Haven't noticed any major problems, or, you know, we noticed that due to the outbreak of the new version of COVID pandemic, we don't have enough people. And I'm writing a report when I don't have time because we don't have enough people. But I'm going to write a quarterly report for you to tell you that we don't have enough people. Then it says, the hospital shall provide the relevant unit-based staffing plan. So a unit-based staffing plan, I'm looking back here, that seems to be that seems to contradict the definitions, because staffing plan, quote, means the master nurse staffing plan, but now we're talking about something else. We're talking about the unit-based staffing plan. Now, I think that must be like the staffing plan for the emergency department or the staffing plan for obstetrics and maternity. But of course, I don't know what that means in a hospital with 5 or 10 beds, because maybe there are 2 units there. Maybe there is the ER and everything else or something. I don't understand as much about that. Provide the relevant unit-based staffing plan, that's a different deal, to a patient upon request. And then we get back to subparagraph D, as in Delta. Prepare an annual report containing the details of the evaluation required in subsection 2C of this section, and submit the report to the department in a form and manner determined by rules promulgated by the State Board of Health. Now, by the way, I've done some work in healthcare as an attorney, but I'm thinking about, if this bill passes, this is one more opportunity for a simple country lawyer. Become a consultant on how to comply with House Bill 1401. And the poor hospital will have to pay somebody, and it's probably not a lawyer, it's probably a healthcare administrator, or probably a recent retiree or former member of the State Board of Health. Who knows? They'll be having to hire somebody, and you'll say, well, they shouldn't have to do that, or, well, you're going to want somebody to do this so everybody else can care for patients. I have a saying about the practice of law. It is that I tell my associate, who coincidentally is my daughter, and we say, it's not the law that gets you, it's the administration that kills you. It's running the office. And it's kind of here. It's not patient care that's going to get them down. It's filling out the forms, filing the reports with the State Board of Health to comply with House Bill 1401. And making sure that we have probably, I'm going to get to it here, I bet, some notice saying to patients, you're entitled to a copy of the patient's staffing plan upon request. Be sure and ask for it. Now, here's one that's very troubling to me. This is a new paragraph 4. It says, a hospital shall not, and I need to see while I'm looking here, I need to see what the original was, because this whole paragraph has changed. So originally it read, a hospital shall not assign a direct care nurse, a direct care nurse aide, or an EMS provider to a nursing unit or clinical area unless that direct care nurse aide, or EMS provider has received orientation in that nursing unit or clinical area that is sufficient to provide competent care to patients in that unit or area and has demonstrated current competence in providing the required care. I wonder what that level is. I don't know. I mean, maybe if you're a general care nurse and it's not critical care nursing, maybe you ought to be able to do that. But things become quite specialized, so I don't know. Now, the new version is kind of the House amendment. It says, they struck all those lines, and now it says, a hospital shall not assign a clinical staff nurse. So you see they revert back to the definition. Nurse aide or EMS provider. By the way, I'm trying to think, do they define nurse aide? Maybe they do. Huh. They do. That's good. Clinical staff nurse, nurse aide, or EMS provider to a hospital unit unless consistent with the conditions of participation adopted for federal Medicare and Medicaid programs, hospital personnel records include documentation that the training and demonstration of competency were successfully completed during orientation or on a periodic basis consistent with hospital policies. Looks to me like there's already a federal requirement for this. But we put something else in law just in case. Then we say at 5A, honor before. Remember what I said, when you see honor before, you're about to see something you got to do by honor before. September 1 again. Each hospital shall report in a form and manner determined by rules promulgated by the State Board of Health. Once again, we're going to be in the situation of people, when this passes and the governor signs it and there's a safety clause on it, they're going to go, I want to comply, I need to comply, we need to get ready to comply. And they're going to say, but I can't do what I need to do until the State Board of Health promulgates rules. But you're supposed to report the baseline number of beds the hospital is able to staff in order to provide patient care and the hospital's current bed capacity. It's interesting. I wonder if that requirement already exists somewhere or whether it's needed. You know, it could be that there are 2 or 3 pieces of this bill that might not be bad, might be gaps in the law, but we've got them all coupled with a bunch of other stuff, creating the Hospital Workers Collective. The reporting may include. Now it's interesting, it doesn't say shall, may. Which, by the way, probably means it can't include anything else. Seasonal or other anticipated variances in staff bed capacity. I suppose this is for like ski resorts where you might have more people breaking bones. Might have your orthopedic clinic in Vail, your orthopedic ward in Vail might be busier in the winter than the summer, although it'd be interesting to know. Anticipated factors impacting staff bed capacity. I wonder what anticipated factors would be. I think you have to anticipate a pandemic now. Then you get a B. This is 5B. In promulgating rules pursuant to subsection 5A, that's the paragraph before, the State Board of Health shall, now this doesn't give them any option, shall use the data provided to the department by each hospital throughout the COVID-19 pandemic through an internet-based resource management and communication tool developed for and commonly used by hospitals. I think that's probably code for something that everybody in the healthcare community knows, but it is interesting. It causes one to question. And they added some stuff. The State Board of Health shall determine the number of seasonal variations allowable with regard to subsection 5A1 of this section with a minimum of 2 and a maximum of 4 available variances. I mean, I would ask the sponsors, what is that about? I mean, it looks like it's a very thought through kind of a thing, but determine the number of seasonal variations allowable with regard to that subsection with a minimum of 2. So if you have a seasonal variation, you have to have at least 2. That's an interesting thing. If a hospital, it almost sounds like a hospital can't say, I have no seasonal variations. We're too small. It says a minimum of 2 and a maximum of 4. Well, heaven help you. Is it seasonal variations like summer, fall, winter, and spring? That's a maximum of 4. Or is there is it the tourist season and the off season, or what is it? And the State Board of Health is going to define, quote, staffed bed capacity, unquote, for the purposes of this section. You know, sometimes a very few words describe a world of grief. And I suggest to you that the State Board of Health shall define, quote, staff bed capacity, unquote, for the purposes of this section to be huge, more than 2 lines in its import. That will be an interesting rulemaking hearing. I think there'll be a lot of interest in defining staffed bed capacity. We get back to a sub C, on or before. Remember what that means. You're about to see something you got to do. On or before as determined by rules promulgated by the State Board of Health again. So you got to do this by September 1, but you're dependent upon the State Board of Health coming up with a set of rules. If a hospital's ability to meet staff bed capacity, by the way, you don't know what that is until the State Board of Health defines what staff bed capacity is, falls below 80% of the hospital's reported baseline for not less than 7 and not more than 14 consecutive days, the hospital shall notify the department. Well, that's interesting. So, you go back, kind of get to the top of this thing, and you say really what it is by midnight, September 1st, as determined by rules of the State Board, with a definition that the State Board has to arrive at. If a hospital's ability to meet this thing that is yet to be defined by the State Board falls below 80% of the hospital's reported baseline for not less than 7 and not more than 14 consecutive days, the hospital has to notify the department. Well, I don't know how they're going to know what their baseline is if they don't know how the term is defined. I mean, they'll be kind of guessing. And they've got to notify the department, CDPHE, and submit a plan to ensure staff is available within 30 days to return to a staff bed capacity level that is 80% of the reported baseline. Or a request for a waiver due to hardship, which request articulates why the hospital is unable to meet the required staff bed capacity if, so it seems to be that you can only request a waiver if the hospital's current staff bed capacity falls below 80% for not less than 7 and not more than 14 consecutive days, or the hospital's current staff bed capacity threatens public health. And now let me read that again. A request for a waiver due to a hardship, which request articulates why the hospital is unable to meet the required staff capacity. Does that mean it's mandatory for them to submit a request for a waiver? I don't know. I'll have to study that later. Looks like it might be mandatory that they ask for a waiver in those circumstances. Now here's the real kicker. The department may impose fines not to exceed $1,000 per day for a hospital's failure to meet the reported staff bed capacity of 80% or more of the hospital's reported baseline, or accurately report a hospital's baseline staff bed capacity. So, you can't meet staffing because there aren't enough nurses out there on the Eastern Plains. You may need to pay more to attract them, but I'm going to fine you $1,000 a day because you're not meeting the requirement that you need the money to pay, that you don't have the money to pay, that we're going to fine you $1,000 of per day. Okay. That's very constructive. Very constructive. You say, well, they're not going to do that. Have you ever dealt with the regulators? Have you? Any of you ever dealt with the regulators? I do it. Abraham Lincoln, a simple country lawyer, never had to deal with the regulators, but any attorney representing small businesses today or a small hospital has to deal with the regulators. And sometimes they're reasonable. Many, many times, I will tell you, they are reasonable. And other times, based on the attitude of the regulatory department, or sometimes just the attitude of the regulator you have, they are arbitrary and capricious. Sometimes even acting contrary to rule and law. But unless you can afford to go to court, you're kind of stuck with what they do. So, now we finally, here in 6, we got a little bit of relief for smaller hospitals. It says, each hospital with more than 25 beds shall articulate. So if you got 24 beds, or 25, it says more than 25. It's always, very important to read whether it's more than or it's 25 or more or whatever's done. That 26th bed is an important bed. You don't want to grow your hospital beyond 25 beds if you're out there. If you're out there in a small community that's fortunate enough to have a 25-bed hospital, you want to think twice before you become a 26-bed hospital. And if you are a 26-bed hospital, you probably want to close one down. That's interesting. That's kind of counterproductive, don't you think? Because each hospital with more than 25 beds is going to have to articulate in its emergency plan a demonstrated ability to expand the hospital's staff bed capacity up to 125% of the hospital's baseline staff bed capacity and intensive care unit capacity within 14 days after a statewide public health emergency is declared or the hospital is notified by the department that surge capacity is needed. I guess that's to deal with the pandemic. And, you know, maybe I get this. If this part of the bill wasn't paired with the workers' collective, I might be a little more amenable to the discussion. They have to articulate in their emergency plan all of those things after an emergency is declared. And the state has used all available authority to expedite workforce availability and maximize hospital throughput. I wonder if you can find throughput in the dictionary. That's an interest. I mean, I know what they mean by that, but throughput. And capacity such as licensing or certification, flexibility. You know, that's an interesting way that this is written here. Each hospital with more than 25 beds shall articulate in its emergency plan a demonstrated ability to expand the hospital's staff bed capacity up to 125% of the hospital's baseline staff bed capacity and intensive care unit within 14 days after. Within 14 days after an emergency or within, and after the state has used all available authority to expedite workforce availability and maximize hospital throughput and capacity such as, you know, I'm not sure. You know, that's one of those provisions that I used to say when I would pull the red books off the shelf as a simple country lawyer, never dreaming that I would be standing here today, that I would read it and say, what were they thinking? What are they trying to say? Man, you have to read it 3 or 4 more times to figure out whether A and B go together, because it says and. Does it mean after that and after that, or after that and that together? Which brings us over to page 9, and I notice we're moving swiftly through. We're over halfway through now, moving swiftly. I've just been handed a note by the distinguished senator from Weld County, who must have looked in the dictionary for the definition of throughput. Throughput is the amount of material or items passing through a system or process. So just know that under House Bill 1401, when you're a patient at a hospital, you're not a person, you're a part of the throughput. You're an amount of material or items passing through the system or process, part of the throughput. I thank the senator from Weld County.
Hear, hear.
So, you know, continuing hastily through here, 7 says each hospital shall update its emergency plan at least annually and as often as necessary as circumstances warrant. So, I'm just looking back here. I guess every hospital has an emergency plan. It doesn't really, I don't think, unless I've missed it, it doesn't really mandate that a hospital have an emergency plan. I suspect that is good hospital practice, and maybe somewhere else it requires them to have one, but it's important because 7 says each hospital shall update its emergency plan at least annually. And as often as necessary. Okay. As circumstances warrant. Okay. Circumstances don't warrant. Circumstances do warrant. The emergency plan must include the actions the hospital will take to maximize staff bed capacity and appropriate utilization of hospital beds to the extent necessary for a public health emergency and through the following activities. So it's going to tell you what you can do. Cross-training, just-in-time training, and redeployment of staff. They probably wouldn't have known that if we hadn't put that in this statute. Supporting all hospital facilities, including hospital-owned facilities, to provide any necessary, available, and appropriate preventive care, vaccine administration, diagnostic testing, and therapeutics. You know, if this wasn't in law before and during the pandemic, it's amazing to me how they all managed to do this without House Bill 1401 to tell them what to do. I guess hospitals don't know their business unless the Colorado General Assembly, sitting in its second session of the 73rd General Assembly, gives them this guidance. Reducing the number of scheduled procedures in the hospital. Any of you have anything that was a elective procedure canceled during the pandemic? I was aware of some. Said we can't do that. We're not going to do that because of the pandemic. We don't have the personnel. We don't want to run the risk. Wow. It's amazing that they were able to do all of that and make all those decisions without House Bill 1401. Now, 8 says beginning September 1. Now, beginning on a date is about the same as on or about, because that one says, on or about says that's your deadline. And beginning, it's the lead into you will have to start. So when you see beginning September 1, oh, it's permissive. The department may fine a hospital an amount not to exceed $10,000 per day for the failure to what? Achieve the required staff bed capacity described in subsection 6 of this section within 14 days after a declared statewide public health emergency or other notification by the department that surge capacity is needed. So, let me get this straight. CDPHE, beginning September 1, CDPHE will be able to fine a hospital up to $10,000 per day. And by the way, if you have this problem, it probably doesn't happen for a day, because if it only happens for a day, it's probably not noticed. Probably be lucky if you can get it solved in a week, so that's $70,000 later. For a failure to achieve the required staff bed capacity described within 14 days after a declared statewide public health emergency. Well, I guess you get 14 days, but I wonder what the bill sponsors, as well as CDPHE, think hospitals are about. We have a pandemic. It's affecting our ability to staff. We're doing everything we can. The governor is thinking about calling up the National Guard, healthcare workers to assist, but the hospitals say if you call up those in the National Guard, you're probably taking an ER doc or an ER nurse out of my ER to call them up into Guard service to send them somewhere else, because the real problem is there are only so many people licensed to practice nursing or medicine. But what we're going to do is we're going to fine you $10,000 a day while you're working 16 hours a day, doing everything you can. Maybe you're working, who knows how many hours a day. And, you know, very few people here know what it's like to work a 12 or 14 or 16 hour a day. Maybe you do. But it's not like a day on your feet. I don't think I could do one of those again. I guess I could rise to the occasion. When I was 25, I was ordered to do so and did. Got 6 hours of sleep and made the party. But my point is, members, this is telling hospitals to do what hospitals do. What hospitals believe they have a responsibility to do. And during the most recent pandemic, weren't perfect, but did the best that we could. You know, if one is ever looking for a statute on one side of the chamber, they can always go to the bookshelf on the other side of the chamber, and I don't think I have 25. There's also a set up front. It's important to consult the law when you're reading these statutes. You know, another thing you get fined $10,000 for is a failure to include the amount of necessary vaccines for administration in your annual emergency plan and have the vaccines available to the extent the vaccines are available at each of the facilities. That's kind of circular. I'm going to fine you $10,000 if you don't have the amount of necessary vaccines for administration in your plan and have those vaccines available to the extent they are available. Well, when the pandemic started, there were no COVID-19 vaccines, so I don't know. C says, include the $10,000 for failure to do this. Include the necessary testing capabilities available in its annual emergency plan and at each of its hospital facilities and hospital-owned primary care sites during and outside of a public health emergency, to the extent that the testing is available. I wonder how it was that all of those hospitals struggled mightily to get that vaccine available and to vaccinate people on the priority basis and to provide testing without House Bill 1401. How did they do that? I mean, how did they do that without the threat of a $10,000 fine hanging over their head? They needed the threat of a $10,000 fine, apparently, in order to do what they did in the pandemic. That's the assumption of this bill. We get to 9. For the purposes of this section, no other purposes at all, for the purposes of this section, the department shall enter, survey, and investigate each hospital. So, one more time, an administrative entry into your hospital. I'm here. I'm from CDPHE, and I'm here to help you. Open your door. Open your cabinet. I want to see all the vaccine in your cabinet. This is an administrative search requirement. Authority. Suddenly, public, private, and other hospitals can have a CDPHE investigator come and say, I'm here, open the door, open the cabinet, I'm looking, I'm counting. Then the department's going to annually report on the information contained in the quarterly report described in subsection 3D. Now we're going all the way back to 3D. Where's 3D? Oh, this is the annual report containing details of the evaluation required in subsection 2C in a form and manner determined by the rules promulgated by the Board of Health. So now the department's going to annually report on the information as part of its presentation to its committee of reference. I'm sorry that the senator from Douglas County is not here, because I assume the committee of reference for CDPHE is the Senate Committee on Health and Human Services.
I think he's in the back right there.
So, held pursuant to section 27203(2)A of the State Measurement for Accountable, Responsive, and Transparent Government Act. If you ever wondered what SMART Act stands for, it's right here. State Measurement for Accountable, Responsible, and Transparent Government Act. Now, the department may promulgate rules. There it is again. We're going to let the department make some more rules. We're going to give them the authority to legislate, to require health facilities licensed pursuant to 25(1.5)(103) to develop and implement infection prevention plans that align with national best practices and standards and that are responsive to COVID-19 and other communicable diseases. So, I wonder if hospitals have infection prevention plans already. I bet they do. And I bet for hospital accreditation, I bet they're required to have national best practices and standards. I would think to be an accredited hospital, you'd have to do that. But the Joint Committee on Hospital Accreditation, whatever their acronym is, has done this for many, many, many years. And hospital accreditation is a really important thing. I don't know how they have done their work in Colorado without the assistance of House Bill 1401. Goes on to say the requirements may include testing, vaccination, and treatment in accordance with applicable state laws. I guess you then have to figure out what the applicable state laws, rules, and executive orders are. And then, recall I said earlier that a world of trouble can be found in 2 lines. The State Board of Health shall promulgate rules as necessary to implement this section. Open the floodgates. You can implement rules. You can promulgate rules to implement this section. Whatever this section needs implementing on, you can make administrative search rules. You can make rules that say if you don't comply, I can seek action in state district court to make you comply. That's good. It's good. Now, I thought that bills had to be about a single subject. And I'm wondering if this next section fits with this bill. Because this next section is Office of Saving People Money on Health Care. Now, everything I have told you so far, everything we've discussed in the preceding sections, has been stuff that is going to cost more to deliver health care, which means that it will cost more for people. So I looked at this and I said, how can that be in the same bill? Because this is about saving people money on health care. And that's not going to do this first half of this bill isn't going to do this at all.
Seeing no further discussion? No? There was a pause there, so I was just checking in.
I'm going to proceed. The Office of Saving People Money on Health Care in the Lieutenant Governor's office shall study. Now, I wonder who is in charge of the Office of Saving People Money on Health Care. Everybody thought it was funny when Bob talked to Bob, but when the Lieutenant Governor talks to the Director of the Office of Saving Money on Health Care, there's two separate paychecks. Bob only gets one for legislative service, but apparently when you're a Lieutenant Governor, you can get two. And I wonder, is it like one check, one deposit, or are there two? I'll have to ask the Treasurer. What they're going to have to do is study the level of preparedness of health facilities licensed, the effects of post-viral illness resulting from COVID-19, the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic on the cost of healthcare. Notice I'm speeding through here because this is a study. And it does say on or before January 1, 2023. Now, wait a second. Hospitals have to do something by September 1, 2022, but this study, they're going to give the Lieutenant Governor and the Director, both of her, working together, they're going to give them till January 1, 2023 to do their study. And they're going to coordinate, monitor, and support the efforts to improve the affordability of health care, health outcomes, and public health readiness in state programs and departments. You know, what's interesting to me is, why do we need to pass a law to tell them to do whatever it is the governor told them to do to start with and pay the director, meaning the lieutenant governor, to do the work? Kind of interesting. Makes me want to look at the fiscal note here for May 4, 2022 and see if I can figure out, oh, here we go. If you look on the fiscal note, page 4, you'll see that that little section right there is going to cost the taxpayers of Colorado $156,000 in the first year, and we're adding 0.9 FTE. We already added 1 FTE in the same person to that office. I wonder, is the Lieutenant Governor going to be 2.9 FTE now? And then in the out year, I'm not exactly sure why, because the study is due on 2023, it's going to go to 170,000, and there'll be 1 FTE and 1 FTE. You know, I wonder if on July 1, 2025, whether the Lieutenant Governor's office will drop 1 FTE. I won't be here to ask. Well, I'll be somewhere to ask, and I guess Cora will make it possible for me to ask. Section 2. In Colorado Revised Statutes 25.1.5.103, amend 1A, 1C as follows. And then you get a new 1A, 1C. I guess. You're amending it. Oh. So they talk about all the powers and duties of the department. And then they get down to the bottom. And say, and this is kind of interesting. Nothing, this is the last paragraph, page 12, line 25. Nothing in this subsection 1A, 1C limits the ability of the department to conduct a periodic inspection or survey that is required to meet its obligations as a state survey agency on behalf of the federal, makes it clear it's not really a substantive change, Federal Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, or the Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing, to assure that the health facility meets the requirements for participation in the Medicare and Medicaid programs. Now, that's all pretty much current law. You get to the next part, it says, or limits the ability of the department to enter, survey, and investigate hospitals pursuant to Section 25.3.128. I told you there's an administrative search provision here. I hope that the many of you here to my right who are listening raptly to my review of this legislation know that this is going to give the department a brand new, very intrusive power. And then you see in Section 3, says if the standards for national accreditation are less stringent than the state's licensure standards for a particular health facility, the Department of Public Health and Environment may conduct a survey that focuses on the more stringent state standards. It's sort of the, you have to comply with the federal standards, but if ours are more stringent, you have to comply with the more stringent. That's one of those terrible things about federalism, that you got a federal requirement and a state requirement, and you got to comply with both, which means you end up complying with the more stringent one, not the less stringent one. And at the bottom it says, notwithstanding any other law to the contrary, the department may enter, survey, and investigate hospitals pursuant. Once again, it is this administrative search. And then we go through pages. You get at the very end of an existing section, this section being 25.3.105, the very end. Notwithstanding the requirements of this subsection 1A, 1C, any fees associated with the surveys and investigation of hospitals are not subject to a reduction based on the performance incentive system. Then we get a hospital report card. We already have hospital report cards, but we add, I'm glad I brought honey lemon cough drops with me today, because the day is young, and much more to be said. Some revisions to the hospital report card. Making that more complicated. And then there's an appropriation. Members, I haven't found anything good. Fiscal note was revised and got much worse. We've created administrative searches of hospitals. We've created a system that has a committee that is responsible for doing things that if they don't get done, the hospital gets fined for something that this quasi-independent nurse staffing committee, which seems to be responsible to the department but not to hospital management, which is pretty interesting, since the board of the hospital is responsible for it. Members, I, after reviewing all of this, have to be a no vote. And I hope you've formed your own independent judgment of this, that the appropriate vote on House Bill 1401 is no, and I urge a no vote.
The motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1401. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it and the bill is adopted. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar until later today.
The motion is to lay over the balance of the calendar until later today. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the balance of the calendar will be laid over until later today. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion is for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee will rise and report.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your committee has met and had one bill under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1401 passed on second reading, ordered, revised, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bills 1355 and 1411 laid over until later in the day and retaining their place on the calendar.
Senator Zenzinger.
I move for the adoption of the report.
The motion is the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators Gardner, Woodward, Sonnenberg, Heisey, Simpson. Smallwood. With a vote of 28 ayes, 6 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, the committee of the whole report is adopted. House Bill 1401 passed on second reading, order revised, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bills 1355 and 1411 laid over until May 10th and retaining their place on the calendar. Committee reports.
April 21st, 2022, Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 29 be postponed indefinitely. May 10th, 2022, the Committee on Appropriations. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 67 be postponed indefinitely. Senate Bill 87 be postponed indefinitely. Senate Bill 119 be postponed indefinitely. Senate Bill 189 be postponed indefinitely. House Bill 1064 be postponed indefinitely. House Bill 1244 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1322 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1348 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1376 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1381 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Message from the House.
May 10, 2022, the House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Reviser of Statutes. Senate Bill 170 amended is printed in House Journal May 3rd, 2022. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Reviser of Statutes. Senate Bill 181 amended is printed in House Journal May 4, 2022. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Reviser of Statutes. Senate Bills 204, 51, 193, 161, 163, and 236 amended is printed in House Journal May 5, 2022. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Reviser of Statutes. Senate Bill 153 amended is printed in House Journal May 4, 2022, and amended on third reading as printed in House Journal May 10, 2022. The House has passed on third reading and returns here with Senate Bills 68, 227, 145, 211, 195, 269, 70, 151, and 98. The Speaker has appointed Representatives Tipper, Chair, Bacon, and Neville as House conferees on the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 113. The Speaker has appointed Representatives Bacon, Chair, Benavides, and Lynch as House conferees on First Committee on Senate Bill 196. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Reviser of Statutes. Senate Bill 114 amended is printed in House Journal May 3, 2022. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Reviser of Statutes. Senate Bills 5, 213, 25 amended is printed in House Journal May 5, 2022. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Reviser of Statutes. Senate Bill 229 amended is printed in House Journal May 6, 2022. The House has passed on third reading. Returns here with Senate Bills 218 and 217. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Reviser of Statutes. Senate Bills 43, 215, 201, and 7 amended is printed in House Journal May 6, 2022. The House has passed on third reading and returns here with Senate Bills 237 and 187. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Reviser of Statutes. Senate Bill 226 and 234 amended is printed in House Journal May 6, 2022. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Reviser of Statutes. House Bills 14, 18, and 1417 amended is printed in House Journal May 9, 2022. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Reviser of Statutes. House Bills 1029 amended is printed in House Journal May 9, 2022, and amended on third reading is printed in House Journal May 10, 2022. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Reviser of Statutes. House Bills Senate Bill 120 and 224 amended is printed in House Journal May 9, 2022. The House has passed on third reading and returns here with Senate Bills 191, 172, 41, 88, and 216. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Reviser of Statutes. Senate Bill 150 amended is printed in House Journal May 3, 2022, amended on third reading as printed in House Journal May 10, 2022. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Reviser of Statutes. Senate Bill 233 as amended and printed in House Journal May 5, 2022, and amended on third reading and printed in House Journal May 10, 2022. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Reviser of Statutes. Senate Bill 124 amended is printed in House Journal May 5, 2022, and amended on third reading as printed in House Journal May 10, 2022.
Message from the Reviser.
May 10, 2022, we herewith transmit without comment as amended Senate Bills 451, 118, 153, 161, 163, 170, 181, 193, 204, and 236 without comment as amended Senate Bills 525, 114, 213, and 29 without comment as amended Senate Bills 743, 201, and 215 without comment as amended House Bill 1029, 1417, and 1418 without comment as amended Senate Bills 120, 124, 150, 224, 226, 233, and 234.
Delivery to the Governor.
May 10, 2022, to the Governor for signature on Tuesday, May 10, 2022 at 1 p.m. Senate Bills 1, 55, 57, 104, 107, 127, 130, 144, 146, 147, 160, 171, and 174.
Conference committees to report.
First report of the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 196. This report amends the re-revised bill to the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Your First Conference Committee appointed on Senate Bill 196 concerning supporting the health needs of persons who may be involved with the criminal justice system and in connection therewith, making an appropriation is met and reports that it has agreed upon the following: that the Senate accede to the House amendments made to the bill as the amendments appear in the re-revised bill with the following changes. Respectfully submitted, Senate Committee, Senator Gonzalez, Chair, Senator Lee, Senator Simpson. House Committee, Representatives Bacon, Chair, Benavides, and Lynch. First report of the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 21. This report amends the re-revised bill. The President of the Senate to the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Your First Conference Committee appointed on Senate Bill 21 concerning the treatment of persons with behavioral health disorders in the justice system and in connection therewith making an appropriation has met and reports it has agreed upon the following: that the Senate accede to the House amendments made to the bill as the amendments appear in the re-revised bill with the following changes. Respectfully submitted, Senate Committee, Senator Rodriguez, Chair, Senator Simpson, and Senators Lee. At House Committee, Representative Benavides, Chair, Representatives Amable, and Representative Pelton.
The Senate will stand in senatorial 5. Introduction of bills.
House Bill 1029, Representatives Byrd and Sanders, Senators Coco and Priola, concerning a requirement that the state make an additional direct distribution to the Public Employees Retirement Association to fully recompense the association for the cancellation of a previously scheduled July 1st, 2020 direct distribution.
Appropriations.
House Bill 1417 by Representatives Robertson Larson, Senator Rodriguez, concerning the regulation of alcohol beverages and in connection therewith creating an alcohol beverage regulation task force, increasing the number of stores and retail liquor store licenses allowed to own, creating the beer and wine license, grocery store license, and converting liquor license, drugstore licenses to beer and wine license, grocery store licenses.
Finance.
House Bill 1418, Representatives Harrod and McCluskey, Senators Hansen and Zenzinger, concerning the extension of the period for which unused and expiring Colorado Job Growth Incentive and Enterprise Zone income tax credits may be carried forward to subsequent years and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Finance.
Done.
Announcements. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues on the Senate Finance Committee, I want to let you all know that in approximately 15 minutes upon adjournment, we will be meeting. We will be hearing 2 bills on the calendar for what I really hope is our last Finance Committee meeting of the session. We will be hearing House Bills 1417 and 1418 in that order. We look forward to seeing you all in Senate Committee Room 357. See y'all then.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just after double checking our plan for the rest of the afternoon, I wanted to announce what I am fairly confident is the final Senate Appropriations meeting. Yeah, that's right. We're going to be looking at two bills, assuming that one of them is referred to us out of Senate Finance, and that will be House Bills 1029, and then if House Bill 1418 is referred out, Appropriations will take that up upon the adjournment of the Finance Committee. And we'll be upstairs in Senate committee rooms. I'll let you know the exact one depending on where Finance is. So we'll see you soon.
Senator Simpson.
Moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
An announcement. My plan for the rest of the day. Farm Bureau is frying burgers outside, and they're available in the basement from 4 to 6 today, their annual burger bash. So enjoy a burger on behalf of Farm Bureau.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate recess until later today.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will stand in recess.